Welcome to Real Talk Mormonism, where you can interact with me. That's D-Base. I'm the host of the Mormon News Roundup to discuss all things Mormonism. Whether you're interested in church history, theology, or current events, anything that you want. Now, this is my first ever live stream. I'm really nervous about this. I really don't know what I'm doing here, but um, this is your platform. We welcome both critics and defenders of the faith to join the conversation. This is your time to shine on screen. Now, whether you don't know the first thing about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter day Saints or are currently serving on the Strengthening Church Members Committee at church headquarters in Salt Lake City, there are no dumb questions. Nothing is off limits here, folks. Ask me anything. Stump the Chump, no holds barred, outsmart the know it all. No scripts, no rules. That is, except for YouTube's terms of service. Simply click on the StreamYard link to participate live and share your thoughts, questions, and insights on anything that's LDS related. Engage in lively discussions and explore diverse perspectives on Mormonism with this one of a kind interactive call show. So I'm really nervous that absolutely no one will tune into the show. I've been thinking about doing the show for a very long time. I literally texted a friend of mine that says that I've prepared an entire lifetime to be able to host this type of a show. I'm hoping that someone will follow the link on that StreamYard link. I will wait around for a few minutes, but if no one's on, then I will consider it an abject failure, which I am prepared to do without question. But what LDS things do you want to talk about? What are the burning questions that you have about Mormonism? What are your critical perspectives or testimonies that you want to share? I would be delighted to hear from anyone out there. Let's see, what do we got on the comments? Don't be nervous. Well, that's true. You got to join in on. I do have one person in there, but you've got to join in on the call-in screen here. You, Kathleen, you've got to join in. I do see you in the live chats, but I need somebody who I can put up on screen who can join the show. So I'd be delighted if someone would join the green room. All you have to do is join in, and we will talk Mormonism. Like I said, this is my first time doing this, so there might be some hiccups. I guess people will be prepared to be underwhelmed. I don't know if we have technical difficulties. We've got the link to the show, but unless somebody joins with a webcam, we're not going to have a show. Maybe I should have piloted this thing first. I've got people in the live chat, but we need to have people on screen. That's the concept behind the show, not just chatting on the live chat. Hmm.
Did that work?
Hey,
Oh, okay. Thank
I'm
you so
D-Days
much.
with the yeah. So what Mormon related item is on your mind here, Anita?
Okay, so I'm confused about how the colleges are turning more towards this anti-Semitic "we are Hamas" thing. I really want to understand why any Christian would think that way, or even think that Christianity could survive without the Torah, and how the Book of Mormon. I love it. It's wonderful. I'm not one of you, but I am definitely a lover of your religion. I'm not married and I don't have children, but I think that I love the children. I have a great family and I want to protect that in this country. And I don't see any other church that is doing anything close to what you're doing. So just hands down to all of you people. It's
Well,
beautiful.
what I would say is the church is doing extremely limited or practically nothing in Israel in particular. They have not really donated anything significantly to alleviate the Israeli-Palestinian problem. They haven't. They've said they've released two statements. They said that their hearts and prayers are going out to the people in Gaza and the people in Israel. And they have also said that they were going to announce an unspecified amount of money to help out with the conflict over there. And no way has President Nelson denounced either side or given any global leadership whatsoever to one of the most pressing issues of our time, where people are literally starving to death and we have a potential genocide on our hands. The church leadership has completely abdicated its global ability to lead people through this conflict. If we have a prophet on this earth, then presumably that prophet's job is to provide leadership in troubled times. I cannot think of any other more troubled time than what is going on in the Middle East right now.
Exactly.
So I don't know what you mean by the church is doing a lot for the people in Israel or the people in Palestine. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is one of the wealthiest organizations on the planet. They could provide a significant amount of food and resources to the suffering that is taking place over there right now, and they're not. So can you, what do you mean by the church is doing great things in Israel? Because I'm not seeing that.
No, I'm asking that question because I see a lot of the young people, and their reasons for leaving are a lot about the UN and how, the our country, along with many others, are what they're contributing to, and especially the UNWRA and when it was created and why. And I even asked the question, I wanted to know why they didn't create some type of organization in the UN for the Jews, okay? I mean, why just for Palestinian refugees? Why not the Jewish people as well? And so I was, it was created, and then I also, there's a link that I don't understand, and maybe please help me on this, because there's two non-member members of the UN, which is the Vatican and the Organization of Palestine.
Yeah, but Anita, I'm sorry to interrupt here. What does this have to do with Mormonism? Because this is a Mormonism live call-in show. What does that have to do with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Okay. I guess my question is, I see a lot of the beautiful work that you're doing through like the Relief Society and so forth, like, and all the money that's going through this. It's amazing. So I do see so much beauty to save the children, and probably many children that will not ever be even in the church. I love that. I just am trying to understand how anyone who calls himself a Christian would be anti-Semitic. I don't understand the logic of that, especially intellectuals and people in this church, why they would even engage or allow that to be part of their universities, like BYU, for instance.
Well, I would say, I first of all, I taught at BYU for a very long time. I'm very familiar with the
Great
campus.
school.
I have 2 degrees at Brigham Young University. I taught there for decades. Okay, so there's a special place in my heart that resides in Provo, Utah. I have a lot of experience on the campus, and from what I have seen, and I have not taught at BYU for a couple of years now, I've seen very little anti-Semitic protesting at Brigham Young University. And one of the reasons for that is the apocalyptic mindset that Latter-day Saints have. They want to see a inculcation or they want to see the end times that to be brought about. And according to Mormon theology, we have to have a unification of the state of Israel. There needs to be two prophets that die in Israel, and that place needs to be unified. And so people don't want to see Israel wiped off of the face of the earth. Like Mormons definitely don't want to see that happen, because that goes a counter to Mormon doctrine and theology. So I don't think that you're going to see, especially on BYU, which is a place that has very few protests at all, really, at BYU. I don't think you're going to see a lot of anti-Semitism coming out of BYU students. But if there is, that's morally reprehensible and should be denounced. From my experience, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is, or at least posits, that they are allies to the Jewish people there. And, a lot of Mormon politicians are typically Republicans, and they typically support Israel. But as I pointed out earlier, the church is not leading the way in either providing leadership, solving the peace process there, or doing anything else as far as significant humanitarian resources to help with the crisis there. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. I really appreciate what you're doing, and I wish more people were involved and on the line too. But I'm grateful to hear that about BYU. I really am, and I'm grateful for you to be here. I am the proclamation to the family proclamation, proclamation to the family. Can you talk a minute about that to people that don't really know about that? Because that's something that I'm trying myself to understand too, and how to get that message out.
Well, the proclamation to the family was put out in 1995 under the direction of President Gordon B. Hinckley. And we came to find out later that it was in response to Hawaii, which was the first state in the United States that proposed to legalize at the state level gay marriage. The church was in opposition to what Hawaii was doing and wanted to get involved politically. However, the church did not have standing to do so because they had not codified the opposition to same-sex marriage as part of its theology, as part of its core doctrines. So it brought that out in general conference so that the church could basically be a friend of the brief and file an amicus brief in Hawaii in order to try to solidify same-sex marriage. Now, they failed in Hawaii. Hawaii was the first state in, I believe it was 1995, 1996, that legalized at the state level, not federally. It wasn't until just recently with Obergefell and Hodges that we got the federal legislation which codified same-sex marriage as a right in this country. But they failed in Hawaii. And then the church also in 2008 in Proposition 8, it opposed California's bid to try to legalize same-sex marriage there as well. The church recently has put its weight behind the so-called Marriage for All bill, or excuse me, the Respect for Marriage Act, which basically says that private institutions are allowed to conduct marriages in the ways that they want. It gives a religious carve out to the church so that the church never has to, at least with the current legislation, perform same-sex marriages in temples or on BYU campuses or in chapels. But that's basically the idea behind the proclamation of the family is a heteronormative version of marriage in which one man and one wife is posited as a divinely inspired institution.
Mhm. I love it. Now, do you believe there, or do you see there's a threat of marriage in this country? And do you see how the church is helping us in that way, or yourselves, I'm sorry, or the community?
I don't know what you mean by a threat. What do you mean marriage is a threat? What does that mean?
As far as like because of the gay community and all, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, the population, because of the amount of people that aren't having children now, and the decline in population and people getting married anymore. I mean, that's kind of on the move. It's I don't know. It's the thing to do, I guess, these days. And I'm just curious as to. I see a threat. I mean, I see a threat as, and I don't even have children. And so I'm kind of one of the ones that started way, way back because I'm very old. But I don't see what, I mean, I love the idea of taking care of the children in all these other countries, and what Relief Society is doing. It's amazing. But I also see like there's a huge problem with these children coming in here now. And again, I'm just asking, is there any ways to help them get in a system where it's not in the schools, and especially the states where they're allowing the stuff? And in fact,
I'm a little confused by your question. I see no quote unquote threat from legalizing gay marriage. I see no harm to society. I see that the studies have shown that gay parents in particular, some of the outcomes of the children are surpass heterosexual marriages. I don't see any quote unquote threat there. As far as what the church is doing through the Relief Society, the church has a number of alleged humanitarian efforts. Though, because the church is not externally audited, we cannot confirm what the church is doing with its humanitarian resources in the vast majority of the cases. I know that you see press releases and we get to see slick productions showing or claiming that the church is providing humanitarian resources. Because we have no external auditing and church internal auditing is a sham, we cannot have confidence in what the church is saying about its humanitarian resources. So I see no threats to gay marriage, and I see humanitarian efforts that the church has done as claims where the burden of proof has yet to be made.
Cool. That's great. I appreciate all you do, and I appreciate you being on here and explaining that to me and anyone who's interested.
As far as the children, children of record rate for Latter-day Saints, the average age of marriage is slowly growing over time. It's gone up from about 25 to almost the norm. I think in the United States is around 27. It is slowly and persistently creeping up. So Latter-day Saints are getting married later and later. And as far as the number of,
I love it. That's great.
as far as the number of children that Latter-day Saints are having, it is falling, and it is approaching, at least in the United States, the mean of the United States. So it used to be that the Mormon stereotype was lots of large families and that they got married really young. That is starting to that's starting to not be the case.
Exactly. That's one of the things. And Elon Musk said, I don't know whether it's right or wrong, but just the biggest threat to our world is the decline in population and the children, and all the threats that are happening now. And I don't mean, by any churches or, any organization. I don't mean anything against any gays or anything. I just mean the ones that are coming for the children, whatever that is.
I don't see anyone who's coming for the children. I don't see an epidemic of people coming for children. I don't see people killing children. I don't know what that means. As far as the amount of space on this planet, as far as the exponential growth, the population of this planet continues to grow at an exponential rate. India, in particular, has an incredible growth rate. China, India has about 1.4 billion people in it, and China has 1.5 billion people in it. China just lifted the restrictions on its so-called one-child policy. We're seeing people, gangbusters across the world, have lots of children. You know, the idea that we're not going to have, that the human race is not going to continue because we're not having children or because there's gay people on the planet, that's a fallacy.
No, I don't mean the world. I'm in this country in particular because of what's been going on. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what is happening in these hospitals, but I think that it's a big threat for the trans, what they're doing to the children who are not. I mean, what parent is saying okay, and how is it happening? I don't understand that. And but I know it's happening. So I just
You
I
know
want
what's
to
happening?
know.
What is happening? What are you saying? I don't understand. What is happening? The threat
Well,
to the
like the
children.
okay, so just the largest children's hospital, just about a couple of weeks ago, announced that they had, not announced, they were fine. They had a whistleblower about a lot of this stuff they were doing with the children and the transgender stuff they were doing without permissions. And I don't know. I can't, I mean, I know that we can't solve all the problems in the world, but to see something so profound in this country that's allowing that to happen, I mean, how can we trust any hospital? I mean, and then to know what's happening in the hospitals in the other countries, and it's being there, that's it's really scary to say, where is this power coming from? Where's the money coming from? Why are we supporting the Ukraine? Why are we supporting Palestine or Gaza or whatever the stuff is? Why are we in Ukraine? I mean, why? I mean, and I know I'm not saying you. I'm saying
We're,
like
we're, we're trying to get back to Mormonism here. This is
Mormonism.
not a
Exactly.
this is a Mormonism call-in show. So unless we're talking about Mormon stuff, I'm gonna have to let you go because
Okay,
we haven't
you're
been
cool.
talking
I
about it.
appreciate everything you did and all that you're doing. I do appreciate it.
Hey,
Thank you.
thanks so much for calling in. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, as far as uh, the church's actions in Ukraine, which she brought up, President Nelson has not decided to repudiate Vladimir Putin. He's one of the most vicious and biggest butchers in our day. He's a genocidal maniac. And President Nelson doesn't have the mental fortitude or at least the morality to rebuke him. This is a big difference to what we had with David and Saul. When Saul, at least in the Bible, when Saul was in the Bible, he was a reprehensible individual and he did all kinds of things that were evil. And David, excuse me, when David in the Bible, Saul rebuked him repeatedly. That's supposedly a prophet's job, but President Nelson doesn't rebuke anyone for anything unless it's gay members of the church, by the way. Then he will give them a big rebuke. Or if somebody says the word Mormon, he will certainly come down on them. But as far as the church's actions in the Ukraine, it has provided extremely limited humanitarian resources in that country. There's been a couple of church news articles that have talked about it, but it's nothing significant. And considering the church's incredible resources, it is it's an embarrassment that we don't have more action from 50 North Temple. And as far as trusting people in hospitals, I don't see what other choice that we have. I'm not familiar with the particular article that she's talking about in Texas about what's happening there. And as far as she seems to think that there's, transgender youth in particular are that doctors are performing experiments and changing kids' genders without their parents' permission. I'm not familiar with that at all. And I will tell you that I have some reservations about hormonal therapy and about radical sex confirmation surgeries for children who are very young. I will tell you, I have some grave reservations about that. That's something that we don't have a lot of good data for. We don't know what the outcomes of that are. And Jonathan Streeter pointed out, who's the thinker of thoughts on things and stuff, that we can't really run control trials about these very young hormonal treatments and these radical sex surgery, confirmation surgeries for these young children. And therefore, that there is a moral aspect that goes along with that that is highly questionable. And I agree with him. I think we need to be very careful with young children in what we're doing with them. Now, I'm not the conspiracy theorist that she is, but I think that she has, at least there is a grain of truth behind what she is saying. I'm waiting on my next person here. That was pretty crazy for the first call, but I imagine this is going to get I imagine this is going to get wild and woolly. So what can I tell you? Just waiting for the next victim to hop on. Hey, Culch man, how's it going, Culch?
Good. How are you, buddy?
You're bailing me out here. So what Mormon related item is on your mind tonight?
Oh, God, I don't know, dude. I just wanted to be part of your inaugural show and
Hey, I
call in.
appreciate it, but what Mormon thing is got your mind occupied?
Um, let's see. Lately, oh, have you seen? Okay, so Dan Reynolds just announced that he's left Mormonism, right? You familiar with
Yes, I
that?
did. I did see that.
And the thoughtful saint himself made sure to jump very quickly onto that and released about a 15-minute video giving his thoughts. And that's kind of what I've been wrapped up in lately.
Yeah, I definitely did watch through that.
There he is.
Yeah, I did watch that. In fact, it's funny that you mentioned that because I was going to put together a response to that. I started putting a response and I did get a little bit mad. Should we look at a little bit of that together and we can respond to it in real time?
Sure, man. I'm
And
working on mine, but I'm happy to. This will be
okay, you
good.
can let
Maybe I'll put some of this in.
hey, you can let the cat out of the bag. So let's see here. Let's
Well,
check out.
recently, the lead singer for Imagine Dragons, the singer Dan Reynolds, announced that he is stepping away from the church. And frankly, anytime someone steps away from the church, we should mourn.
Okay, so is that true? We should mourn for them. I was thinking about that. That implies, really, Culch, that the church is helpful to all people in all circumstances. That is a claim that is just really demonstrably false. The church has caused harm and it continues to cause a great deal of trauma to certain individuals. You know, Culch, my gay brother is one example of that. I know this for a fact. He left the church because of the church's anti gay rhetoric and that only decades of therapy could repair it. This is really a binary thought process that does not reflect the humanity and the reality of the human condition. So, what do you think there?
Well, we know from Jacob's past behavior that he makes some outrageous claims. For example, when you got him to do Mormon News Roundup, he made a very crazy claim that temples are like, what did he say? I don't remember his language exactly, so I'm going to butcher it a bit. But
That
he basically
temples are
said,
the single greatest anti-poverty
there it is.
scheme ever invented. Are the construction of LDS temples?
Yeah. And all you have to do is go look at like a Google Maps of a temple that's been built in a developing country. I've got a short about the temple in Cebu in the Philippines. Beautiful building. I mean, Mormon temples are good looking buildings. And it's just this beautiful shot of it from the front and it looks all majestic. But then I show a shot from the back and what it looks like all around. And it's just this big gaudy building that's just surrounded by poverty. And I served my mission in the Philippines. I know what it's like over there. There's a lot of poverty, and that Mormon temple being there isn't doing anything for the poverty rates. So he's got a proven track record of saying things that don't necessarily have stuff to back it up.
Yeah, absolutely, certainly does. I was going to play that clip there, but I'm not sure if I can find it right at this
Oh,
time.
you're good if you can't, man. It's no big
Let's keep
deal.
it going. Let's keep it going.
After all, this is not about someone leaving an institution. It's about the abandonment of one's covenants with Christ. Covenants that create a special kind of relationship with Christ.
Okay, so really, let's dissect that too. We have no evidence whatsoever that Dan Reynolds or anyone else, for that matter, has ever made any covenants with any supernatural beings. You
Right.
can try to make a covenant with the flying spaghetti monster, but until we have such knowledge that the flying spaghetti monster actually exists, you haven't made a covenant with anyone or anything. And we don't have evidence that he made any covenants with any supernatural beings, including Jesus. But we do
Mhm.
have evidence that he left an institution. Therefore, we can talk intelligently about the former, but not the latter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. One you can see, it's there, it's clear, and the other is, and no shade to anybody who believes in God or a higher power, but there's not evidence for it. And Jacob's working out of a place where he thinks his way, his truth, so to speak, applies to everybody, and it doesn't. But he's speaking to a very specific audience, Divas. He's throwing red meat to the crowd. He knows what they want to hear, and he's giving it to them. So kudos to him for knowing his audience.
He definitely does know his audience without question. There's no doubt about that. Let's keep this train going, and we can just keep reactions going. I've got some. We won't go through the whole thing here.
Just as the unique marital relationship is built on sacred ritualized vows, so too is our relationship with Christ, built on faithfulness to our sacred covenants with him.
Yeah, so Jacob just continues to trot out these claims. So he claims that, we've made a relationship with Christ and therefore it's based on this, it's based on that. He espouses claims like this, but he absolutely cannot back up any of this metaphysical mumbo jumbo with evidence. And guess what? You're going to have to get used to it for the rest of it, because he just treats his faith beliefs, the things that he believes, he treats those as actual evidence, like they're confirmed. He doesn't bother to connect those things to any of his claims with the actual evidence.
And he starts introducing his views on marriage, traditional marriage that's ordained of God. And he'll get into that a little bit later and basically say one of Dan's biggest issues is that he lost faith, not necessarily in the gospel, he lost faith in traditional marriage, God, and that's what led him astray.
Yes, that is true. From what Dan said, is in particular, Dan said that it was the church's harmful ideologies and a harmful rhetoric towards the gay community that led him out. Let's continue this train wreck going right now.
This is not about some club losing a member.
Now, I do want to say for once that I do agree with what Jacob said here. It's not about losing a member. And technically speaking, the church is not a club. And do you know why I'm saying that? I know you might push back on me on that. You might say that the church really is a club. And I'll tell you why I agree with Jacob on this one. Okay. Because legally speaking, the Mormon Church provides no benefits whatsoever to its members. When you purchase a club card at Costco, you're entitled to, with that purchase, certain privileges, certain perks. So you have a membership that comes with inherent rights. What are your membership perks for being the church? What are you entitled to with church membership, Culch?
I mean, it depends. Initially, when you're baptized, I guess nothing really, because anybody can attend a Mormon service, right?
Correct.
But what about when they start going to the temple and then you're introducing temple recommends and you're paying money to get in, to get rites and rituals?
Yes, the temple itself is a private club, yes. But your regular church membership comes with absolutely no benefits. And that's for a reason legally. Okay, legally, the church is structured that way so that when you leave the church or whatever it is, you can't say, well, I paid money in and I'm owed certain things and I wasn't given those certain things. So your regular membership with the church entitles you to precisely nothing, which technically speaking here, Culture, only the president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Russell M. Nelson, is the only member of the church who actually has privileges that are bestowed on him just for being a member, because he's in the incorporation documents as the corporation soul, and he controls absolutely everything. He's the only member of the church that actually matters. So I agree with Jacob on this one. I'm with him. But as far as the temple is concerned, you're right. The temple is different. The temple definitely is a private club.
Can I give Jacob a compliment before you go on?
Absolutely.
I know everyone says I like to take a dump on Jacob, and I do enjoy that. It is fun. But his lighting and stuff in this video actually looks really good. I like that he got out of that purple shirt that he always wears, the purple collared shirt. And I can't even tell if it's purple or if that's just his lighting that makes him look purple, very Barney-esque. But this is good. I don't know if he got some tips from the Word Radio boys on how to set up his stuff, but I like this setup better than he does a lot of his videos.
Well, allegedly, Culch, he built an entirely dedicated new studio a short time ago in the back of his house I believe he lives in Reno, Nevada. He showed the construction of him building that. So this is a dedicated this is a dedicated man cave where he can talk all things Mormonism and really stick it to those anti-gay, anti-trans people in peace and quiet, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, but he looks good. He looks absolutely excellent.
I mean, he looks good for a thoughtless faith, but whatever. He looks okay. But honestly, this is better quality than his other stuff. So as far as that goes, he's moving in the right direction.
Ideas, not so much, but lighting, absolutely. And
the stuff coming out of his mouth is the same material it's always been, but his lighting is good.
He's healed. His face is healed from getting bruised up in the jiu-jitsu matches and getting submissions. And
when Jacob Isbell took him for a ride.
The couple of battles that he's had now, I would get pounded even faster than he did. I'm sure he could kick my butt in a New York minute, but he has healed up from that. I do hope that he had a priesthood blessing to help him along the way. I'll just put that out there. I'm
You know,
sure
I've actually been talking with Jacob Isbell. There's talk of me and him doing a little mutual interview with each other. So maybe something to look forward to.
Well, I just wouldn't go in the ring with him if I were you. That's probably
No,
not
I'm
gonna
not.
work out.
I'm not going to debate, and I'm not going to fight.
Okay, let's keep it going here.
but about a child of God fundamentally altering their relationship with him.
So we have no evidence whatsoever that Dan is a
Right.
child of anything other than his earthly
His
parents. We know,
parents, right.
yeah, he has a couple of earthly human parents that one of them has a X chromosome, one of them has an X and Y chromosome, the other has two X chromosomes. We don't know that he is a child of anything. Again, Jacob always just trots these things out like they're just a given. He doesn't need to have tie them together. He just makes all these claims like they are just wisdom and knowledge that he knows, and doesn't bother to explain how it is that he came to this knowledge, or how it can be demonstrable to anyone else that Dan is a child of anything other than his earthly parents on this planet,
who I think he has a good relationship with still.
Well, I sure hope so. I definitely hope so.
Now, Dan's story is a common one. Dan lost his faith in the Lord's definition of marriage and became an activist against the doctrines in the family proclamation.
Yeah, so the Lord's definition of marriage. That's I put in my notes here. Laugh out loud. We have no evidence that
I did too. I put a laughing emoji in my notes.
we don't have evidence, Coach, of any Lord defining anything. But let's just, for the sake of argument here, grant his point. The most amazing thing is that definition sure has changed a lot over time. You know, it used to be one man and one woman with Adam and Eve in the Bible. And then it was in Doctrine and Covenants 132, it was one man with a bunch of virgins. They had to be virgins. And then it was one man with a bunch of women with their sisters and some mother-daughter pairs. And then it was one man with a bunch of women who had already been married with Joseph Smith. And then it was one man with Brigham Young with about 56 women. And then it changed back to one man and one woman in this life, but celestial polygamy in the life to come. You know, even if we grant his premise, it's amazing how much the Lord changes his mind about the marriage definitions, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it changes. So when Jacob always says, because he'll say this a lot, he'll say they're waiting for the revelation that is never going to come when it comes to gay marriage. And honestly, I don't know if the church will ever have gay marriage in the temple where they're sealed together, but I think eventually they are going to accept same-sex couples who are married into full fellowship. I think it's going to happen. It's not if, it's a matter of when. But he thinks there's no way. But there's a history of the church changing their stance on what's considered traditional marriage, just like you said.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really kind of I disagree with you a little bit on this one, and let me tell you why.
Sure.
And if we look back at the history of what motivates the church, it's really the bottom line. And right now, with the Marriage for All Act that the church was in favor of, as you remember, the Marriage for All Act was a trade-off. It says that in the public sphere, gay persons have significant amount of rights, almost equivalent to opposite sex marriage, heterosexual marriage. It's not perfect, but it's very close. But in the private sphere, religious institutions like Brigham Young University or the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints can engage in significant discrimination against them. And right now, because of the way our country is set up, because of the way that the Congress, it's been gerrymandered, and the red states really have more power particularly in Congress, not the Senate, we're not going to see that sentiment of allowing gay marriage, at least from a societal level, to permeate very deeply. But once it does, what we're going to see is, if we go back to Bob Jones University here, which was another religious institution, it lost its nonprofit status back in the 1970s. They lost the IRS stripped them of their nonprofit status. Remember, the church culture is a nonprofit, and so is Ensign Peak. They're nonprofits. And Bob Jones lost its accreditation. I'm not sure if you know the reason why. Do you remember the reason why, Bob Jones? It's because they banned interracial marriage on campus. And after Lovings versus Virginia back in the 1970s, when the Supreme Court adjudicated that no one can ban interracial marriage, pretty soon the societal sentiment that's associated with allowing a private institution, even though it's religious, like Bob Jones University, to receive federal funding to keep its IRS status. Pretty soon people said, we are not going to put up with that anymore. And so they said, hey, you either have to allow interracial marriage or we're going to strip you of your tax exempt status. Now, in 15 years, in 20 years, the same thing will happen with Brigham Young University. And it will happen over the gay, of its treatment of gay students, because they don't have full fellowship or they don't have full privileges in the church or even at BYU. So it's going to happen. And the same thing, in my opinion, will happen at BYU in about 15 years, where society will say, you know what? If you want to remain a private institution, that's fine. You can continue to discriminate against the gay community, but you will lose tax exempt status, and so will the church. And if that happens, the church will come kicking and screaming to the table, and you're going to see another June 1st, 1978, blacks in the priesthood revelation. That's my opinion. What do you think?
So you think eventually there will be gay marriage in the temple? Is that where you're going with this, or just that BYU will have to allow relationships?
Well, go back to now. I said that the government and the IRS in particular will come after BYU's and the church's tax exempt status. But Elder Holland, remember, he's the president of BYU Idaho. He tipped his hand about this issue, and he said that the time will come when we will have to choose between running the mission of the church of BYU, which is saving souls, and the institution and these type of accreditation things. The BYU could also lose accreditation, meaning your degree would be completely worthless. That may come sooner. That will probably come sooner than the tax exempt stuff. But will the church, if this happens, and I believe that it will in the next 15 years, and like I said, I taught at BYU. I worked for full-time or part-time for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints for 24 years. If this does happen, Coach, do you think that the church is going to choose the money? In other words, they'll say, okay, we're going to let gay students be full fellowship. We're not going to discriminate against them. And the same thing will have to happen with the church as well, allowing gay marriage in the church. I don't know about the temples. Will the church choose the money, or will the church stand on its principles?
Man, I think if it comes down to just it's a BYU thing, I think they're going to give everyone the middle finger and just say, like, we got plenty of money. We don't need it. And we're just going to do our thing. I think they'll double down and do that.
And by that time, the church will be a $1 trillion organization. Okay,
so when you have money, you can do that.
This is the difference. See, back in 1969, when Ernest Wilkinson was the president of BYU, the government came at BYU for its treatment of black students and said, we're going to revoke your accreditation here, and we're going to revoke all of our federal funding. And back in 1969, this was right after the President McKay ran up such huge debts in the church because he had basically poor fiscal management, and he built way too many chapels in the UK.
Yeah, and they were trying to build nice ones to attract converts.
Right. So the church is in horrible financial straits. So when the government comes to BYU and the church in 1969 and says, if you don't reform all of this stuff, we're going to come after you, the church caved and started allowing black students onto BYU campus without pretty much absolutely no restrictions other than the race and the priesthood ban. But they loosened up. But that was back when the church had no money, and money was much more important to the church. Now the church, it's got more money than God. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit of a digression there, but let's continue on. I got a couple more clips here as far as this the particular clip is concerned. Let's continue on with the thoughtless taint.
And in some sense, this should not shock us.
Okay, well, this is okay. Sorry. This is not going to shock us that people leave the church over gay issues. Yeah, that absolutely does not shock me. It actually shocks me. You know, the latest surveys here show that only 3% of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints identifies as LGBTQ. Only 3%. I'm surprised that it's not zero based on the church's rhetoric.
Yeah, it's just not a safe place to identify. Is that, you know? And I think a lot of the people who would have identified of that as LGBT have probably left, so they wouldn't fall into that percentage anymore. And then you've got the small percentage who are very loud and proud about being out there, whether it's I'm gay, but I'm not going to act on it because I believe in the church, or the individuals who decide to go into a mixed orientation marriage. So I think that kind of makes up your small percentage. And then you probably have a lot of closeted people who just are too afraid to come out and say that's what they are.
That's absolutely spot on without question. Let's continue on.
Losing your faith is the default position.
Okay, so I do want to talk about that. Is losing your faith the default position? Let me give you my quick thoughts on that. Okay, Jacob, first of all, if I'm talking straight to Jacob, you're very close here. You're actually close. The default position for any claim is non-belief in the absence of good evidence. If there really is a celestial dictator out there who desires desperately to communicate with us and wants us to have a relationship with him and is trying his hardest to communicate with us and divinely guide us through life, one wonders how it's possible at all for someone to lose their faith based on the fact that he's maximally powerful and his singular purpose in life is to communicate with you that he loves you. How could it be possible that someone who's trying to reciprocate that could lose their faith? That's my thoughts.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, very good. Okay, let's continue on.
The walk with Christ is an uphill road towards ideals that can seem at times impossible in this fallen world. It's perfectly natural for a person to change their direction.
Well, it definitely is perfectly natural for people to change their direction. But let's just cover what Jesus's supposed ideals are according to the thoughtless taint. The Jesus's supposed ideals, number one, is permitting slavery in the Old Testament, right? Which was never repudiated in the New. And in fact, in the Doctrine and Covenants, Joseph Smith himself says that that the church doesn't get involved with the slave-master relationship, the so-called slave-master relationship. Not only that, Brigham Young brought Utah in as a slave territory in 1850 as part of the Confederacy, basically. So that's what Jesus is espousing, is slavery. Also, mass genocide. We have the slaughter of the Midianites, the slaughter of the Amalekites in the Old Testament. In the Book of Mormon itself, we have 3 Nephi chapter 9, which Dr. Patrick Mason says is the most problematic passage in the entire book, which is where men, women, and children are indiscriminately slaughtered. And then Jesus comes down and visits their relatives in the land bountiful. We also have, mass genocide. We have Jesus's ideals of stoning witches, transphobia, anti-gay rhetoric, racism, sexism, bigotry. These are the ideals that Jesus is supposedly having according to Jacob.
Yeah, you got to remember that in Mormon theology, Jesus is the God of the Old Testament, right? So all that horrible shit that's going on there, that's on him.
Yeah, absolutely. And we get, by the way, that Jesus is the God of the Old Testament from people like James Talmage. Prior to about 1910, we really had in the endowment ceremony, thanks to Brigham Young, people keep, we all reinterpret previous Mormonism in accordance with the correlated curriculum that we have in 2024. But the endowment ceremony had Jesus, Jehovah, Michael, Adam, and Elohim in it, according to Brigham Young. Jesus and Jehovah were two different characters. It wasn't until James Talmage came along with Jesus the Christ who reinterpreted everything and got us on that Jehovah pipeline of that Jesus is Jehovah from the Old Testament. So let's continue on, though.
But where is Dan going now?
Well, according to Dan himself, and I want to read this to you. Where is Dan going? According to Dan, he said, my greatest goal every day is to not manipulate my kids. I really don't want to try to tell them what their spiritual path should be, he explained. I give them my thoughts and obviously try to protect them and take care of them while also making sure they have the freedom and agency to choose whatever they want. So where is he going? Culch?
He's going wherever he wants to go. I got real bad vibes from this part of the video because Jacob, who's he channeling right here, Divas?
Oh, M. Russell Ballard.
Yes, he's channeling M. Russell Ballard. Ballard's gone, so Jacob's got to take up the mantle. Where will you go? What will you do? He's propagating that trope that when you leave the church, you're going to be miserable. There's nothing outside. The same thing that Brad Wilcox said. When you leave the church, you leave everything. You leave everything. And it's bullshit. And that's exactly what he is spewing right here.
Yeah, I believe that was Ballard was back in 2013, which is his famous "Where Will You Go" talk, and that has become basically an anthem for ex-Mormons who take that talk and then they cut it up on TikTok, put some inspirational music behind, and they showed their life after leaving the church. And it's kind of like Dr. Seuss, all the places you'll go, the things that you'll do when you leave the church. I had John Larson on the Mormon News Roundup, and he talked about that same passage there. I actually had him reflect on that because his episode was right after M. Russell Ballard died. And by the way, M. Russell Ballard, according to Lynn Packer, was an incredibly fraudulent shyster of an individual who had an incredibly ridiculous track record of the way that he conducted his life and his businesses. And now he is supposed to lecture us, by the way, on what we're supposed to do after we leave the church. And don't forget that he's complicit in the Ensign Peak debacle. How dare he lecture us on morality after his track record of Ensign Peak and his being, fined by the SEC. He was president of the Council of the 12, president of the Council of the 12 when the EPA fine came down. Don't you dare lecture me on what I'm supposed to do with my life. But yes, Jacob here, he's talking about, well, where will you go? What will you do? The idea is, unless the shriveled up white guys on 50 North Temple Street in Salt Lake City give you your marching orders, well, then you will have no purpose to your life. Your life will be meaningless and you will never find joy. And there's not a good thing for us, Cults. There's not a shred of evidence to back up any of this bullcrap.
Yeah, there's not.
Okay, let's keep going.
Ooh, he always licks his. He always gets his tongue out.
I didn't notice that. Let me back that up.
I've watched too much Jacob in cut up clips. I see it all the time, man. It's gross.
You may have a problem, Culch.
Yeah. I've got a thing for Hansons, I guess.
Ask when someone is leaving is not why they are leaving. That's usually not that hard to figure out.
Okay, so he says basically, let me summarize that. We never need to ask somebody why they're leaving. There's no reason to ask that. Why is he saying that?
He's pushing the you leave to sin. We don't even need to ask you why you're leaving. We know why you're leaving. You're a sinner. You want to sin. You want to go be a homosexual. You want to support the homosexuals. That's sin. So it's not because maybe he lost. We don't know. I don't know what Dan's reasons are, to be honest. And I'm not going to say I do, but I'm guessing it's more than just, I'm guessing it's definitely not, I wanted to sin. It's, I don't like the way the church is doing X, Y, and Z. And maybe he did lose some of his faith in things. We don't know.
Yeah, the latest surveys for why people leave the church is because of the failure to losing faith in the church's truth claims, losing faith in the church leadership, losing faith in God. And then we have a couple of other more minor
Joseph
issues.
Smith, Book of Mormon,
Book of Abraham. Book of Abraham is big. But losing faith in the Book of Mormon, losing faith in Joseph Smith, those are the big reasons. The so-called leaving to sin, the largest ever ex-Mormon survey, which was put out, what it was at in 2013 by John DeLynn.
Yeah, they prepared it for Elder Uchtdorf.
Right.
I just did a video about it.
Excellent. Yeah. And the reasons that I wanted to drink coffee are literally non-existent. That's why it's so funny when Alyssa Grenfeld says that the title of her YouTube channel is, I gave up eternal life for coffee. That's the joke here, because that's what Jacob is literally saying.
Yeah.
And that's why he put up this picture here, because he says we don't have to work hard to figure out why people leave the church. We don't even need to ask why. We can obviously just see that they want to sin. And really behind this, implicit behind this, is that Jacob doesn't care why people leave the Mormon church, because for him, there can never be a good reason to leave the church. Even though, let me read this. Let me read what Dan himself said about why he left the church here. I've got it right here. He says, there's obviously parts of the Mormon religion that I feel pretty strongly are harmful, especially to our gay youth. So really, if you look at his articles and his thoughts there, it's really around LGBTQ issues. And that seems to be a huge reason that people today are leaving the church. And that may have shifted back from 2013 when we were talking about that survey. People's views of gay rights have significantly evolved back from 2013 until today. I mean, it's a generational shift.
I would love to see that survey run again, an updated version of it. That would be interesting. I think you'd still see a lot of the same stuff, but maybe some of the stuff in the middle would leapfrog each other.
I definitely think you would. I mean, really, what Jacob is relying on here is stereotypes and tropes to justify his beliefs. The idea that
100%.
you can leave the church, but you can't leave it alone. You leave the church because you want to be a sinner. Jacob doesn't care about you as an individual after you've left the church. He says he doesn't care. He says he doesn't need to know why, and he doesn't need to ask why. That kind of curiosity for him has blinded him. Let's keep on going. I've just got about 3 more clips here.
The question to ask is, where are you going now? And I want to say that again. The question is not, why are you leaving? The question is, where are you going now?
Where are you going now? That is an interesting question. Now, I definitely cannot speak for Dan, but I imagine that he's going to go to a place that's free from racism, sexism, homophobia. We know that for sure. And to free himself from an organization that has fraudulently and shamefully hoarded $300 billion. I definitely can't speak for him, but I bet that that's where he's going to be going.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And for Jacob, that's a horrible place.
Yes, it certainly is. Yes, you got that right.
The Huffington Post released an article on Dan that gave some insight. In it, Dan said, quote, "I'm on a different path. I have to love myself enough to follow my truth." Take a minute to analyze this. This kind of vague platitude peddling may be popular amongst the unintelligent, but when examined seriously, it falls apart really fast.
Now, it didn't take Jacob long to get to the ad hominem attacks here, the unintelligent. Yeah. So he literally says he left the church.
Stupid.
Yeah. Dan is stupid. He literally just said Dan's stupid for leaving the church. He claims to be a follower of the Prince of Peace. We have President Nelson's famous peacemaker talk, which specifically addresses people on social media and how we need to be kind to others. In fact, most people like Jim Bennett and others who run the Inside Out podcast, who I also had on the Mormon News Roundup, by the way, say that that is President Nelson's most important address. Jacob Hansen doesn't even follow President Nelson's counsel for kindness. Instead, he's just slinging mud and insulting people's intelligence. He doesn't care why people leave the church. He just has his head in the sand. It's honestly sad.
He called me in a tweet once a clown who throws mud and runs. But that's essentially what he does. Although he doesn't run all the time. He's a clown who throws mud and then turns around and wants you to fight with him about the mud he just threw.
Yeah, he'll throw the mud at you, and then when it hits you in the eye, and
then
you
he'll say,
hey,
debate me about the mud.
Or fight me, or debate me. Okay, last clip here. One more clip here. I appreciate you bailing out the, what did I call this show? The Real Talk Mormonism live calls and conversations on StreamYard. This is the inaugural
Dude, I'm
edition.
trying to get you to the end of the Mormonism live so you can have some people come over. I'm bridging the gap.
I appreciate that. I will definitely send you the Venmo on that later. Here's one more last take here.
A different path? Yes, we all know you are on a different path. But a path towards what? Why should we think it's a better path?
Okay, so, I mean, the idea here that Jacob has here about a better path, well, I've been taking the first take on this. Why don't you take the first take on this?
Oh, just I'm spacing. Refresh me on what he just said. So he's saying
he said that, he's left the so the idea behind what Jacob is saying but not saying here is that Dan has left the covenant path. Now, he didn't say covenant path, but that's what he meant.
Yeah.
Instead, he's on a different path. What Jacob doesn't realize is that there actually is no path to anywhere. There's no path. We're just on a path. There's no evidence to believe that we're on a path that leads to anywhere. We are on this pale blue dot, and there does not appear that the universe cares for our existence. There doesn't appear, there's no good evidence to believe that there's a celestial dictator who has told us what to do. Therefore, there's no path for us. There's not a path that goes to Satan. There's not a path that goes to the celestial kingdom. There's not a path that goes to the telestial kingdom. There's no evidence for any of these paths. What we have here is a beautiful life that we are living, and that we need to make the most of it, and every single moment of it counts. The idea that you leave the covenant path and now you're on the path to go to hell, there's just no good reason to believe all that. All of these claims that Jacob trots out, again, are postulated without the slightest shred of proof. Luckily for us, There's no evidence of any of these divinely appointed paths. We're here to make the most of our existence and to find joy and happiness and peace in what we are doing and the people that we are around. And I definitely wish Dan the very best. Any last thoughts here, Culch, on the cultural, on the thoughtless taint and this whole Dan Reynolds debacle?
No, I thought his video was I didn't like it. I mean, like I said, the lighting and stuff is good, but that's the most I can say about it. I just think for him, you know, he is a fairly smart individual. He is, even though he says dumb stuff. He's a mix of both. But I think he saw this as there's a big name in Mormonism. This is fairly big news. And Jacob is all about clicks and clout. That is what he wants. I say this all the time when he'll throw out something like, Ward Radio got 600,000 views last month. How many did you get? Everything is a dick measuring contest for him. So he wants those clicks. He wants those clouts. He wants to be someone who's important in the world of Mormonism. And so he saw this as an opportunity to basically piggyback onto a big name that everybody knows. He can throw Dan's face on his thumbnail, and it's going to get him more clicks, and it's going to get him more eyes on his stuff. And I think that's all it comes down to. He's bullshitting the whole time. He knows the audience that he's speaking to, and he's telling them exactly what they want to hear. And I don't know if you had a chance to go through the comment section of his video. They're eating it up, dude. They're eating it up. It's all, they leave to sin. One guy goes, they leave because they're demons. These are the people we're fighting with. These are the Word Radio troglodytes who have glommed on to Jacob Hansen.
Let me pull up that. Let me pull up that comment section here real quick.
So I got in there today while I was at the dealership getting an oil change, and I hopped into the comments and threw some stuff out there. I think I called Jacob a dick in one of the comments, and then I mixed it up with a couple of the troglodytes.
Okay, let's pull up some of these comments and see what we got here from the comments section. I'm surprised he waited this long to announce his departure. Okay, let me scroll down.
See, that one's not crazy. I think a lot of people would feel the same about that. I think a lot of people, honestly, I was seeing from a lot of ex-Mormons on Twitter that they thought he was already gone, you know?
Yeah, I put out a video about the Imagine Dragons about a year ago, and he was kind of one of those people that people kept thinking, they were like, is he really a member? He hasn't said anything, but he never really he never really speaks out about it. You don't see him wearing his garments. I don't like to do underwear checks, but there was a lot of speculation that he was basically a PMO. And people at the concerts would yell out, hey, come back to church and things like that. But he never formally disavowed the church. This is kind of like the same playbook that we got with David Archuleta. These public figures who make their living a lot of times in the Morador, going to LDS audiences. I believe he's from Las Vegas.
He's from Vegas.
Yeah, which is a pretty decent Mormon stronghold, and if you say, hey, I'm out of the church, I'm leaving the church, you will lose some of your fan base. It is very difficult to just come right out and say your personal private things and put them out in public. And I know this for a fact here, Coach, because, I worked for the church for a very long time. And I was a PMO for a very long time. It's amazing how long you can try to hold on when your income really, I was only an adjunct faculty member, so I didn't need the income that bad, but still, I can really relate to, the struggle that comes with your income being tied to the church in any significant way, because as soon as you come out and disavow the church, you're going to lose those fans, you're going to lose your job, you can lose your health care. It's a difficult pickle for people to be in.
I don't know if it's going to affect Dan at all, because Imagine Dragons is so big that he's probably fine. Like how we talked about the church has so much money that they can say, screw the accreditation, we don't need it. I think Dan's got enough that he can say, screw the Mormon fans. I don't think he would say that, but he doesn't need them. Even if all 17 million Mormons were Imagine Dragon fans and he lost them all, he'd still be fine. He would. I think with David Archuleta, when he left, I think he did feel some of it. But I think he's done a good job of bringing in new fans. So he seems he's doing okay right now.
Let's take a look at some of these other comments. Where will you go? Well, having left the church in 2020, the answer is that you are wandering aimlessly and following the whims of your own pleasures. having been rebaptized in 2024 and having that spirit again, being back on the straight and narrow path, there's true joy and true purpose. I testify that there is one truth, not my truth, not your truth, but the truth of Jesus Christ. And this has so many comments make your head spin here, Jacob. They're eating this up like
I'm in
catnip.
there. Yeah, I don't know if you are you familiar with Matt at all, the guy who made that comment?
Not at all.
He's
No,
kind of been around on Twitter a lot. So he, I don't know his exact story, but he says he was an ex-Mormon. So I'm not going to say that he's not. And then he went back to church. And nobody's really that I've seen have given him any issues. I think I commented and I told him, hey, if you're happy there, I'm glad you got back. That's awesome. I'm in those comments somewhere, but I let him know. I go, you are overgeneralizing. You are taking your experiencing and you're putting it on me and you're putting it on other people. I go, I'm not wandering anywhere. I know exactly where I am. I know exactly what I'm doing. And I don't feel any of these things. And to his credit, he responded back in a very nice way and said, thank you for the feedback. I shouldn't lump you in. So,
Well, it's like they say in J.R.R. Tolkien in the fellow, I believe it's the Fellowship of the Rings, where they say, not all who wander are lost.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. A couple more comments from this is very interesting stuff. Somebody says, I knew he abandoned his faith years ago. No shocker here. And I love the idea that the Savior gathers together and Lucifer divides more and more until we are alone. And moral relativism makes me think that we're in the midst of darkness. Yeah, I mean, these are the typical comments here. People are definitely, people are really desperate to try to seek confirmation of their faith. And for good reason. It's because faith really is inherently, that my definition of faith is people who have faith are people who don't have evidence for the beliefs. It's the excuse that you give when you don't have data, when you have to appeal to emotions and subjective feelings. That's where faith comes in. And people really, whether they acknowledge it or not, know that it's inherently irrational. Therefore, they're looking for ways to confirm their faith. And if Dan leaves the church and then he becomes miserable, he becomes a drug addicted mess, and you see him in jail or in rehab or things like that, that confirms to other people that look what happens. This could happen to me too, but for the love of God. You're trying to seek confirmation of your worldview by imposing on other people. It's almost like this is the same thing that happened with David Archuleta. It's almost like when people leave the church, TBMs come out and root for them to fail. Root for them to have issues, for their marriages to fall apart, for them to be in abject human suffering and to be penniless and alone. Therefore, God will take them to the lowest of the low, and maybe they'll come back to the church. It's a really reprehensible way of interacting with our brothers and sisters.
Well, and they've got a narrative, right? And if that happens to you as an ex-Mormon, you're fitting their narrative. You're giving them what they want. So of course, that's what they're going to root for. But I thought that one comment where it was like, I thought he lost his faith years ago. I thought that was interesting because that guy has no idea about Dan's faith. All he knows is that he was friendly to the LGBTQ community. And they know that because of his Love Loud festival that he does in Utah. That's all he knows, but he's assuming.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of assumptions because all we have basically is one or two brief statements from Dan. He gave a couple of comments to People magazine, and he mostly just said, look, I left the church because of the harmful practices of LGBTQ. I had lost my faith, and I didn't want to pass on to my children a morality that is based in divine command theory and that could be potentially harmed. He said he was harmed by the church and that he didn't want to pass on that harm to his children. You can tell that he's really wrestled with these ideas. And the idea that someone else is going to come along and tell Dan that he is now on the wrong path. That's incredibly, it's a position that I just can't possibly fathom. Yeah, it's arrogant. It's the epitome of arrogance of saying that another person and what's right for them. And it really reflects a binary view of morality. It's really, I had Cardinal Ellis on the Mormon News Roundup, and he said the world is divided into sheep and goats, wheat and tares, the saved and the damned. And really, as the moment that Dan says, I am not a true blue member, he's part of those goats. He's part of the tares.
Yeah.
He's part of the chaff. And he's going to be burned when Jesus comes again from the second coming. And he's dead to us now. Therefore, Jacob feels justified in piling on him because now he has seen the light. You know, it's really, ex-Mormons are really, according to some church teachings, are the only ones who will inhabit outer darkness. Not even Adolf Hitler,
Right.
not even Vlad the Impaler, not even some of the, Pol Pot. Those guys will all be in the celestial kingdom, presumably. But ex-Mormons like Dan, he's tasted of the light, and he could end up in eternal burnings forever. Therefore, he's a son of perdition, and we feel justified in whatever we do to him. He's lost his humanity. We're going to demonize him, literally. He's now in league with the devil. I mean, it is just a morality. It is just a morality that is just completely devoid of,
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to call it the spirit, but of Christian ideals. And it's harmful, and it really needs to stop.
I agree. And one thing, you didn't show a clip of this, but one thing that really upset me in that video is he brings Dan's family into it. He brings his kids into it. He shows that picture of them. And this is not something unique that this is the first time he's done this. There was an episode where I think he had Chris Hanna on, and they were basically talking about John DeLynn. And they brought up pictures of John DeLynn's family, and he was specifically talking about his kids. He's like, look at them. Look what he has done to them, because maybe one of them had blue hair or something like that. So he is not, for me, I'll say whatever I want about Jacob. I'm not going to talk about his wife. I'm not going to talk about any of his kids. I don't care. Those are off limits, in my opinion. Family's off limits. So, and I get Dan as a public figure, so maybe there's some wiggle room here, but this part of it, I didn't like. I didn't like him bringing his kids into it.
Yeah, we definitely shouldn't bring kids into it. But I will say that with one caveat. If you are a public person who does frequently bring your kids into your social media,
Yeah, that's fair.
then I think that there's a difference. But I don't know Dan's social media, so I don't know. I want to shy
I don't
away
either.
from I want to shy away from bringing up family and kids. But I do understand that if you are a public figure and you have brought them out, especially as part of your persona, then that's a little bit different for me. But yeah, we definitely want to stay away from that. And this is basically what Dan said about his kids in particular. He said, I really don't want to try and tell them what their spiritual path should be. I give them my thoughts and obviously try to protect them and take care of them, while also making sure that they have freedom and agency to choose whatever they want. Implicit in this culture is the idea that you give up your agency when you're in the church because you have to follow the church's prescribed prohibitions, weird dietary restrictions, and arbitrary dictates that come from church headquarters, and that you've given up some of your agency. And he says he wants
At least back in the day, there was free agency. But according to Elder Bednar, that's gone. It's moral agency now. You've already covenanted to do everything. You got to
when you were 8 years old,
pay your time. Yeah.
When you were 8 years old, you gave up all agency, even though your brain was not fully formed. You had no say in the matter, and your parents basically forced you to do it. That's when you went on an unbreakable covenant with Jehovah that cannot be broken for the rest of your life. I don't think so.
Hey, if you want to get rid of me, I think you got someone who wants to come on. I'm at least seeing it in the chat. Someone keeps saying, "Can you host me?"
What's your next project? What projects are you working on, real quick, Coach, before we let you go?
All right. So currently I am working on, look at that. I just made that new banner at the top. It's a little, can you grow up? Yeah. Dutch Brothers, right? We just got one here by where I live. And I was like, that's a real cool logo. Maybe I can turn that into something. So recently there's my You Just Left to Sin video. That was about a thread on Twitter where members were giving the same old trope of you leave to sin. It's pretty good. And then I just
really
put out Mormon Bummer Anthem, which is fun, but Earmuff Warning, there's a lot of F-bombs in that song. But as far as stuff that's not out yet, I'm doing a Jacob Hate Watch video currently that hopefully will be out in the next day or two. And then I'm doing a video about this guy from Twitter who's an ex-Jehovah's Witness who was criticizing ex-Mormons, basically calling us whiny bitches and minimizing our trauma. And granted, Jehovah's Witnesses have it worse than us. in some ways, especially with shunning and things like that. But he was really minimizing the ex-Mormon experience. So that'll be an interesting one when it comes out. But yeah, that's it, man. That's what I got going.
Yeah, I watched the why Mormons think Exmos leave the church, where you were giving your Twitter thought and reactions for the week. Nobody stays up on Twitter like you do. That was a fantastic episode. It was brand new. Nobody's ever really done something like that before. It was really cool. It was really informal. Go over to the Cultural Hall. It's a really good podcast. Thanks for stopping by. Culch, always think celestial, and remember, no one on held hand can stop this podcast from progressing.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Thanks a lot. Hey, next up here is Gene Judson. Gene, what Mormon-related item is on your mind today? Uh-oh. I think Gene, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What Mormon-related item is on your mind tonight, Gene?
So nothing Mormon-related other than Mormon News Roundup. I wanted to show up and make history and be on the very first show, so that when you get your millionth view, I could say that I was in among the first few hundred views of this show.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. There's nothing Mormon related, nothing in the zeitgeist, no Mormon theology, Mormon. What I know you stay up on Mormonism, Gene. What do you got percolating? What Mormon?
One thing that's for me is coming up is I'm going to Sunstone, and there's going to be, I'm not doing any presenting or anything like that. I'm just going to visit, and my wife and I might be at the front desk signing people in. But I don't know if it's me.
August 1st to 3rd here, and refreshing. That's in Sandy, Utah this year, right? What's the location here, Gene?
I don't know if I'm the only one on. But anyway,
Sunstone this year, August 1st to 3rd. Sounds very interesting. Yeah, absolutely. And what do you got cooking in the Latter Daily Digest, Gene?
Oh, the location of Sunstone is it's going to be at the University of Utah.
Oh, okay. I stand corrected there. Yeah, University of Utah. Sounds good. And what do you got cooking for Latter Daily Digest?
So what we have cooking is let's see. We have John DeLynn is scheduled to come on, but not calendared. So that's the big news that might come either the end of July or the beginning of August. He wants all the questions, pre-looked at to make sure that we don't stab him in the back or surprise him with anything. So we got to give him all the questions ahead of time. And we're working on the question list right now.
Cool. Hey, I'm looking over your episodes here. You've done a lot of good work here. I do want to say that Facing Death and Pushing Human Limits with D-Bays is one of your most watched episodes of all time. I'm only losing to Matt Harris. Not too shabby.
That is not too shabby. Yeah. You have to go back to when Summer Rain co-hosted with me, and we did interviewed RFM, and he announced 2 surprising new shows that he was going to do. So I got to say breaking news for my my intro. So that was fun.
Cool. Hey, can I get one quick update?
And then what's
going on with your tithing
show with
refund
Peter
lawsuit?
Bleakley I did a little bit ago.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell us what's going on with your tithing refund lawsuit, Gene?
So there is some news. It's all been consolidated into a court in Utah. There were 5 separate lawsuits: California, Washington, Tennessee, Illinois, and Utah, and they were all consolidated into Utah. And they're going to redo the claim a little bit, the statements, to include all donations, where they were just talking about tithing. They're now going to introduce any fast offering that was given, maybe missionary funds that were donated. And so
Yeah, we got
so
transferred
that we
back
actually
to
have to tonight
yeah,
or
got transferred
tomorrow.
back to Salt Lake City.
Yeah, so it's in Salt Lake City. The lawyers said that they were they accept the judge that's been assigned. You know, it seems like a very decent judge that has adjudicated a lot of court cases in a fair and balanced way to them, and so they expect not necessarily a fast track, but some sort of, let's get the show on the road happening. And so
you're
there
keeping
you
a
go.
careful eye here
Something.
on
There's
James
me.
Huntsman's lawsuit, right?
Let's say as careful as I can from 400 miles away.
Yeah, and here you are in the UK Daily Mail here. You and your wife, Michelle Judson, who filed the latest suit in California. It's been reconsolidated to Utah, but that can't be good for you because you live in California, as I recall, right?
Yeah, San Francisco Bay Area.
Yeah. Are you listening on YouTube or are you actually on StreamYard? Because there's quite a bit of delay here.
So it looks like it jumped me into StreamYard, and I don't know why.
Sounds good. Sounds good. What do you got planned for Latter Daily Digest? Who's your next interviewer before we let you go here, Gene?
So we have Lee Cranbuell is on the docket coming up. He has written books about the theater and Mormonism, how Salt Lake City's theater sort of impacted the whole nationwide aspect of theater, since it was the largest theater west of the Mississippi for a long time. We have a part 2 coming up with Kelby Thwaites, and there's one other show that's in the books, but I can't remember. Amy Logan says that she's going to come on pretty soon.
Okay, well, that sounds absolutely fantastic, Gene. We're definitely looking forward to what you're doing on Latter Daily Digest, and I really appreciate you coming on to the inaugural issue of Real Talk Mormonism, where we do live calls and conversations on StreamYard about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Gene, always think celestial, and remember that no unhallowed hand can stop this podcast from progressing.
All righty. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks a lot. Hey, next up is Sod. Sod, what Mormon thing is on your mind tonight? Sod, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, what Mormon? You're live on the Real Talk Mormonism call. Live calls and conversations on StreamYard. What Mormon-related item is on your mind tonight?
On my feet.
You just trying to put your feet up there? I figure I'm going to get some trolls eventually here. But this isn't really a feet show, Sod. I really appreciate that, but we need a real comment here. Feet alert. You know, I'm probably going to get a lot more views having had Sod's feet up there. I'll give anybody else who wants a chance to come on. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to work out with Sod. I do enjoy a good foot, but to be quite honest with you, I'm not a foot connoisseur. I can't tell a good one from a bad one. So maybe I need to do a little bit of internet research about that, although I'm a little bit worried about trying to do that. You know, he actually was in the fetal position, now that you mention it. I imagine we're going to get some trolls on here, and that's going to be good. That's going to be great. I'll see if anybody, I'll stick around for a couple more minutes. If anybody else wants to come on and talk Mormonism, I'm definitely open for it. Sod has left the chat. Yeah, he waited like 30 minutes to come on and show his feet. I know that some people really are into that. You know, Kulch is saying that he thinks that Sod was Cardinellus, and I definitely can't disprove that. That for sure is a non-falsifiable position. We will never be able to disconfirm that that was Cardinellus. Well, I'm going to wait 5 more minutes. If anybody else wants to come on, then they can. I talk about getting off on a bad foot. Eventually, I'm going to need a moderator or somebody who can help me out with these things. Sod says he appreciates my feet. People are asking how they can enter. Let's see here. This is the link right here. Sod says, "You love my feet?" And I'm going to say, I'm not really sure, Sod. I'm just not a feet connoisseur. I can't tell a good foot from a bad foot. Yeah, the link is in the description. It's also right there on your screen. You go to StreamYard.com/A8HX7GDKIC. That's the show link for anybody out there who wants to talk anything Mormonism related. Has to be LDS related. Coach, you want to come back on? Okay, well, Coach to the rescue.
Hey, I'm back.
Okay, you want to talk temples? What's going on with the Fairview, Texas temple, the McKinney temple? What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, I wanted to get your thoughts on it. Did you get a chance to see I know we're talking a lot of like Hanson and Ward Radio, but did you see the episode that Ward Radio did? It was Carden and Luke Hanson came on
Yeah,
to talk
yeah.
about his riveting op-ed.
Yeah, I did look at that. And I was actually going to make a response video to it, but I actually put together a few thoughts, but I kind of gave up on it. It was an interesting video, and quite frankly, I think that they did have a couple of good thoughts. I thought there was a lot of bad takes, but they had a couple of good takes in there.
Which ones did you like? Was it Luke's two? Because his premise was there were two main things that he had an issue with, which I guess morphed into other things too. But what were the points that he made that you were kind of on board with?
Well, I did a full episode with Marty from the Where Will You Go podcast, which is part of the Mormon Discussions Inc. Incorporated. And we did release that episode on the Mormon News Roundup, but Marty really pushed back on me with regards to the temples. And it was kind of echoing what Luke said about so-called temple opposition. And that opposition to temples is really not rooted in the steeple height. And that's just really a red herring for people's inherent rejection of temples, inherent rejection of temples as a concept. And I really thought a lot about that. Do you really think culture, and I'll put the same question to you
Mhm.
that she put to me. Do you really think it's about temples, or is the temple, the steeples, or is that just a red herring for opposition to the church and church structures to begin with?
I don't know. I think if they had built to code, there would have been no opposition at all. So I don't know that there's an opposition to the temple per se, because if there was, the second they announced they were going to build it, that's when you would start to see the opposition. And now you'd also have to take the Fairview residents at their word, but a lot of them in those meetings that I've watched, they're getting up and saying, we're not opposed to a temple. We didn't have an issue with the meeting house that you built. It's that you are not building it to go. You're asking for this when you're supposed to get this. So I don't know. Maybe there's some truth to opposition. There probably, I mean, it's a conservative, probably a lot of evangelicals who Mormons aren't their favorite. So there probably is some legitimate opposition to a temple, and maybe they're using the steeple height as a means to get that out. But I think in general, no. I think if they had just built it the way that the code is, there wouldn't have been any problem.
Yeah, the part of their particular episode that I thought was mostly ridiculous is the idea that because this is a conservative area, that people would generally be in favor of temples because it's mostly Republicans and Christians.
Mhm.
And I really don't subscribe to that. I mean, honestly, a lot of evangelical Christians are some of the most ardent anti-Mormons on the planet.
Mhm.
You know, that's really the
Yeah.
heart. Really, the basis of anti-Mormonism did not come from secularists or atheists or Hindus or Buddhists. It really came from 1982, the Godmakers, Dave Hunt, Ed Decker and Dave Hunt, the Godmakers, 1982. And then they went on tours, especially in Texas. John DeLynn talks about growing up in there. That's really the heart of anti-Mormonism, at least back in the 80s and the 90s.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure that they make very good cozy bedfellows, but I did think about the temple height, and I think you've got an excellent point that if they had built it with a smaller structure, maybe people wouldn't be in opposition to it at all. We don't know that for certainty, but it's definitely a possibility and maybe even
Yeah.
probable.
You might have got a handful of people, but it wouldn't be what it is. You
Right.
know, and I didn't like Luke said a lot of things I didn't like. So where do you start there? But now I'm trying to remember what exactly he said. Something in the beginning he said about it that I wasn't a big fan of it. Give me a second. I'm gonna think of it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember that particular episode in particular. I was going to make a reaction video to it, but basically, Marty made me really think about temples and their construction to begin with. And I think that the people in Fairview and others, especially in Bakersfield, California, and also in Lone Mountain, Nevada, and in Cody, Wyoming, and in
Mhm.
Heber Valley, really it's kind of like a respect issue. Like when you come into our town, you have to play by our rules.
Right.
It's really about respecting the community's desires. And when you
Mhm.
come in with a fiat and say we're going to do whatever we want, and if not, then we're
Right.
going to sue you in federal legislation, it's not necessarily about the temple. It could be about anything. But people, when you come, when you're an outsider in a community, when you're not the majority in a community like you are in Utah, you know, Fairview is 2%, 1% Latter-day Saint. If you
Mhm.
don't have the respect to follow the local ordinances, then that's a problem. And I will put that out with one caveat, though, that if local ordinances are ridiculously restrictive, let's say that they're horribly restrictive and really
Mhm.
antiquated, and they make it impossible for even any businesses to function, and government regulation has just gone amok. Yes, I think that there can be a righteous cause here, but this is Texas,
Yeah.
anti-regulation, very right wing.
Mhm.
This is Republican conservative country. There's not going to be a lot of regulations here.
Yeah. What did you think about the point that Luke made? Because he brought up the zoning regulations, and then he brought into how a lot of times zoning regulations can be inherently racist because sometimes they're put in place to keep a certain demographic out of your area. And that's kind of what he likened it to. So saying that if ex-Mormons tend to be more liberal, who do they fight for? They fight for LGBT, they fight for women, they fight for African Americans. So here they are upholding zoning laws that are potentially racist. What do you think of his take on that? Especially when he said if ex-Mormons wanted to do something good, they should get on board with the church here and get those zoning laws, leapfrog those and get those taken down.
I don't care what quote unquote team I'm on. I don't affiliate myself with different based off of categories and be like, oh well, if they're a Republican or if they're a conservative, I'm going to be on board with them. But if they're a godless atheist, then I'm going to be against them. I don't care what people's labels are. I care what principles are involved, and I will align myself with anyone with good principles. At least that's my hope. Sometimes I fall short of that, but it's really because Word Radio looks at everything as us against them. It's
Right.
the small minority. It's the Constitution being hanged by a thread, and only the Melchizedek priesthood holding elders are going to keep Satan at bay. Everyone is either an us or a them mentality, when
Right.
in reality, we're all just evolved primates, and we're doing the best that we can on this humble little planet here. And when we see a giant structure that comes in the middle of our town, which there seems to be no call for, don't forget the Fairview Temple. It's only 27 miles away from the Dallas Temple. 27 miles,
Right.
30 minutes away. Okay, it doesn't seem to be a big need for it. The Fairview area only has a couple thousand Latter-day Saints. Less than half of those are temple recommend holding, and even less than half of those are actually going to go to this temple. This temple is going to be utilized by a very small amount of people. And this is what I told Marty also. People now know what goes on the inside of the temples.
Right.
And they look at it as very cult-like. It is very strange to them, and it does not seem to serve a purpose that benefits their community. When the church brings in, if you bring in a church, and let's say that the church, houses people who are unsheltered, or has a food kitchen that's associated with it, or is known for philanthropy, a community can welcome that. People in Fairview are smart. They know that this temple will bring absolutely no blessings to their town. Why would you want to bring in a structure and approve that's against code when we have the new name Noah videos and we still have the vestiges of, remember, when you extend that right hand, it's for the slitting of the throat. When the left hand is in cupping position, it's for your bowels to be disemboweled. Those are all still part of the temple rituals. They look at that as very harmful. There's a lot of horror stories of people going through temples, and the whole baptism for the dead concept. All of these things are very foreign and very strange to people. It is very natural for people to have an opposition for these type of structures.
Yeah, I agree with that. Back in the day, pre-internet, they were just these, big, beautiful buildings that you didn't know what was happening on the inside. But now all that information is just a Google click away. So you might be right about that. That could add some extra opposition. And what does a temple do for a community? What do the residents of Fairview get out of it besides potential increased traffic, potentially having property taxes go up? They don't get to use the building.
No.
But for a lot of the members, they just think that it being there will be a blessing to the community. You can come walk around the grounds. That's not a big selling point.
Yeah, all you do is you get to go through it with the open house, and then you're never allowed to come back to it. When my family my wife and I actually went on a vacation to Puerto Rico this last year, and we went down to the Puerto Rico temple, and there was a huge fence around this Puerto Rican temple, and it's actually a brand new temple. It's only about 6 months old. And we knocked on the door for the guard gates. And, she's a temple recommend holding member. And I'm a member as well. We just wanted to walk around. And they literally said, I'm sorry, you can't walk around. And we're like, hey,
Wow.
we're Latter-day Saints here. We just want to look at the grounds. And they said, sorry, it's not open. So not even can a member go inside. You can't even walk on the grounds. It's a private club that is basically off limits for everyone and benefits that community in no way. And I know that there's claims that say that building a temple benefits the community. I have seen no evidence for that claim of saying that people's lives are blessed or that anything good happens from the building of these temples. That's why people are no dodos. They say, well, what's this going to do for me? And when the church says, well, what's it going to do for you, is the fact that if you say no, we're going to sue you into oblivion. That rubs people the wrong way, and it really riles up people so that they don't want to be associated with that.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it seems lately nobody does bad PR like the church, and they've got PR people. They should be better at this. But I don't know, the way that they're handling this temple controversy is just, the easiest way to do it would be to just play ball or come back with a smaller steeple proposal, make good with the community. Because even if they get this temple built, there's going to be animosity in that community for who knows how long going forward. No one's going to look up at that building and think, oh, what a beautiful building that is. Even if it is, and most Mormon temples are beautiful buildings. I'm going to be honest. But they're not going to feel that way when they look at it. They're going to remember this whole experience. They're going to remember the church threatening to sue them. And so that's what's going to be paired with that building, not any good feelings. But I think what it comes down to is that, like, a temple in general, most places, nobody cares. You know, they're happy to have a religion come in and build a temple or a church. There's not going to be much opposition to that. I think the church just ran into problems because they submitted plans that didn't jive with the current regulations. And then when they got pushed on that, they responded with, well, we're going to push back. We're going to get our lawyers in here. And apparently the Texans don't take kindly to that, as we're seeing in Fairview. They don't. Remember the Alamo.
That's for sure. If we think back, and this is what I talked about with Where Will You Go podcast with Marty, and Marty is a really good interviewer. She really pushes back very fairly and makes you really justify your beliefs. And I really appreciate that.
She didn't let you off easy, man.
No. No, and I appreciate that. I really thought a lot about that interview. And what basically, if you go back to President Hinckley, when he became the church president, I believe it was in 1995. And from 1997 until 1999, when he came on as church president, there was exactly 50 temples. 4 years later, there was exactly 100. And he delivered on those temples. There wasn't a backlog. He built them, and he built them in locations where they were actually going to be utilized. And how did he do that? He did that with mini temples, prefabricated, very inexpensive. Some of these mini temples are less square footage than the stake center that's associated with them. Like the Monticello Temple was the fastest temple ever built, 7 months from the announcement until it was open for operations. That building, if you've ever driven past Monticello, Utah, is probably worth only, I would estimate, maybe $2 million, maybe $3 million at the most. So all of his temples combined, they were mostly mini temples, maybe 150 million, maybe. But we know, and of course, there's no evidence to suggest that was a wise use of money, because we have no evidence to suggest that anything you do in a temple carries on into the next life. So for perfectly objectively speaking, it's a massive waste of money. But it's an order of magnitude difference with President Nelson, because some of his temples, which we have excellent information on knowing how much these temples are built, thanks to the Widow's Mite report. The church uses contractors to build these temples, and some of these contractors will then report on how much they on their different projects on their websites and say, we built this building right here for this much amount of money. We built this temple for this much amount. We built this over here, so that when they're trying to get business, people know what they've done and the big price tags that are associated with them. Some of President Nelson's temples, which are absolutely enormous, are almost $100 million each. Each. And he's announced 200 of them. The order of magnitude of waste, when you compare Gordon B. Hinckley with Russell M. Nelson, it's just a massive order of waste difference in the amount of waste that is poured down the tubes of these temples.
Yeah. I know a lot of people aren't big fans of Hinckley, but Hinckley's who I think of as my prophet, because you said he became prophet in 95. So I was 15, and I'd say 14, 15 is kind of when I got my testimony of the church. And he was my guy. I liked him. He seemed nice. He seemed bubbly at times. He talked well, and he was in church PR. So he was a good prophet to be there and to like get the church name out. He did interviews that no other prophet would do. He did the 60 Minutes interview that was good. I remember sitting on the couch with my parents as a teenager watching that. He went on Larry King, which I thought was really cool. So, and then
Tom
when he
Brokaw.
was, yeah. And so, and then when he was announcing the smaller temples, it's like, well, how great is that? We can get temples in these places that you wouldn't normally be able to get it. And I remember even being on my mission, and when we'd have zone conference, like after general conference, because we wouldn't get to watch it over there. You'd want to get to the mission home to look at the magazines to see what temples were announced and be like, oh, so cool. He announced temples here, here, and here. But yeah, I thought he was a decent dude, but Nelson is so different than Hinckley was. It's a totally different vibe.
Yeah, I mean, at least what you could say about President Hinckley and his temple building was that at least there was a semblance of justification. There was at least a basic rationale, because back in the 1995 when he took over, Mormonism was at its zenith. That is the golden age of Mormonism, was from about 1986 to about 1999, where the church was growing gangbusters, where it was the next big religion, where the church was supposed to become this international juggernaut and have 260 million people by the year 2050. It was the fastest growing religion in the world. I mean, all systems go, everything going well. The church was doing great under President Hinckley. And but the difference here between him and Nelson is it's just absolutely astronomical, the difference in between those two. And what
Nelson's
I told
got an ego. I mean, Hinckley probably did, but it didn't come off the way that Nelson's does.
Gordon was a master of the media. He was a master of public relations. He spent all of his time in the church, in public relations, in media. Remember, he was the one. I do the Mormon movie reviews every Monday night at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He was the one who helped shoot the 1953 Temple Endowment movie for the first time, which was premiered in Switzerland for the church's first international temple in Switzerland. And ever since there, he helped found the BYU Motion Picture Studio. He spent his life really in media. Grew up, in Deseret Communications and Bonneville Communications. So he knew how to spin things, and he knew how to comport himself in public. So yeah, he's definitely my prophet as well.
He also had experience running the church, because he was first counselor for Benson, who, when he had his medical issues, I mean, I can remember being young and being like, who is this Benson prophet? I never see him in general conference. It was always Hinckley. And then Howard W. Hunter, when he took over, he was in really bad health too. So it was just like Hinckley had been doing the job for years and then just slid into the position. Nelson was never in a first presidency. I don't even know how long he had been president of the Quorum of the 12 before he became prophet. But,
That couldn't have been that long, only a couple of years. But Nelson was an apostle for 35 years, which is obviously a tremendous period of time for sure.
He did surgery on my grandma. He did heart surgery. It's a little Colch fact.
Wow. I bet that heart's going to hold up.
She died about a year later, so no, it didn't.
Anti-Mormons always got to find something. You know what? That just, honestly,
I'm not blaming it on Nelson. I'm not blaming. I just thought it was funny that
I can't smile during that. I'm going to get bad comments in the comment section. So my heart goes out to you. I'm sorry.
It's my grandma, so I can laugh about it. This was 1982, y'all.
I'm sorry to hear about that.
Thank you.
What I would say is the sad fact of the matter, what we found out about Gordon B. Hinckley later, is that he is the one who founded Ensign Peak in 1997. He was the one who decided to take all of the church's different investments and to roll them up into one investment to found the incorporating documents of Ensign Peak in 1997, which has Elder Eyring, who was a member of the he was a member of the presiding bishopric. And it also had, I believe, Robert D. Hales, who was also a member of the presiding bishopric, and then Gordon Hinckley. Those are the people who founded that incredible sham. So at the same time that he was smiling on Larry King, on the same time that he was talking to Tom Brokaw, the same time that he was this incredible media mogul, at the same time he was defrauding the members of the church by keeping Ensign Peak a secret deliberately so that we would continue to pay tithing under false pretenses. And he continued that sham his entire presidency. That really tarnishes his reputation as a global faith leader.
Yeah, it does. But you know what's funny is that, so he started that. He basically started this nest egg, but now who's reaping the benefits of it to basically one-up him and, make everyone kind of forget about Hinckley? Because Hinckley was the temple president, right? Like when he started.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like when sorry, not president, prophet. I always thought of him as the temple prophet because he's the one who came up with the mini temple idea and really increased the numbers of temples. And we know that Nelson and him beefed. We know that they had issues with the name of the church.
You bet.
Everyone remembers that. I don't know. It was early 90s where Nelson gave that talk about, but a nickname may offend. And then Hinckley came back the next and referenced it and basically said Mormon means more good. He basically put him in his place. It's like, that's great that he said that. You should go check out that talk, but just know a nickname is fine and we're good being called Mormon. And you saw that was fine when Monson took over because they had the I Am a Mormon campaign. That's one of those things. It wasn't an issue until Nelson took over.
It definitely wasn't. And that was an unprecedented General Conference rebuked, the likes of which we haven't seen since Brigham Young rebuked Orson Hyde in General Conference. It's been 130 years since we had something like that take place. But returning to the Fairview Temple real quick. Look, I gave it a lot of thought, and I'm going to tell you that I'm not in favor of the building of any temple. And you can call that religious bigotry if you want, but I'll give you my simple rationale for the reasons why. Number one, there's two reasons why. Number one is that building a temple, especially considering how expensive they are, that's a moral decision. The money that was used, the money that goes into those temples was solicited under fraudulent means. That means that every temple, every brick that goes into that temple, is taking some of that fraud and putting it into that building. It tarnishes that temple. It may be white on the outside, but the inside is full of rotting bones because of how that money was obtained. It was obtained.
Nice Bible reference. I like that.
It was a sham. It taints every church teaching. Every church leader that we have, it taints all of them except for Kieran, the newest apostle, Patrick Kieran. It taints all of their teachings. It taints all of their buildings because that money was obtained through fraud. Okay, so that's number one. I'm not in favor of any temple that's being built. Number two, we have no evidence that building a temple does anything for anyone. Okay, right. So I look at this as the same thing as, would you be in favor, Coach, of a homeopathy hospital opening up right next door to your house in a residential area, a homeopathy hospital? Would you be in favor of that?
I don't know homeopathy well enough.
Oh, homeopathy? That's pseudoscience. It's the homeopathy. No. Homeopathy is like holistic medicines. It's kind of
okay. So let's say I had a Reiki center open next to me, because Reiki's just you put your hands on people and give them
right. That's exactly that. That's homeopathy.
No.
Yeah, you wouldn't be in favor of that in your own neighborhood, nor should you. Or would you be in favor of an astrology temple that's opening up in your neighborhood, right next to your house?
I mean, not right next to my house. No,
I wouldn't be in favor of any of those things because there's no grounding of any of those things in reality. It's just a complete waste of time, and it's a complete waste of money. Until we've demonstrated that a temple benefits anyone, I would never be in favor of building a temple, especially considering the abject human suffering that takes place on this planet. 25,000 people die every single day. While we were talking on this call here, 2,000 people have died from starvation on this planet during this first episode of Real Talk Mormonism. 2,000. Okay, the amount of children who die before the age of 5, tens of millions every single year. People don't have access to clean water. People don't have access to drinking water. As the president of the corporation of the president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, he's the corporation's soul. He is the richest man who's ever lived. His $300 billion is all at his disposal. There's no board of directors. No one can stop him. So he has a moral obligation to stop the suffering on this planet. And instead of doing so, we're building more temples which are unused and unneeded, and that there's no evidence to show that they benefit anyone. That's a moral decision. That's why I'm not in favor of the building of any temple, and that includes the Fairview Temple.
Do you think they're ever going to stop announcing to try to catch up on this backlog? Because it's a pretty big backlog.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that, because the Widow's Mite Report has a new article on that here, which maybe we can pull up. It's pretty short here. Let me tracking temple data, which is brand new here. Yeah, I've got it right here. Let me pull this up for you, and we can walk through it. This is tracking LDS temple data. Continuing our analysis of the LDS temples, this report tracks temple construction and announced backlog. That's what you're talking about, including size trends, cost estimates, and the impact of temple building on church finances. We will update this report periodically. Now, this is only a couple of slides long here, but let's cover it anyway. And here is what you were talking about here. This is during Hinckley's time frame here, 1995. Let me see if you can see that any better here. Let me make that a little bit bigger. So during Hinckley, this is the announced temples are in green. The ground broken is right here, and then the dedicated. And you can see during Hinckley's time frame, you can see the spike. I said that he started with 50, and a short time later, it was at 100. But you can see that there's hardly any backlog, right?
Yeah, those are all lines are close together right there.
You're announced, the ground is broken, and then it's dedicated, and it tracks pretty well all the way up until when President Nelson took over, which...
like 2017?
No. At the end of 2018 is when President Monson died at the end of 2018. And then President Nelson was set apart as the prophet before there was any common council. without any
They
common
don't
counsel.
they don't
Anything.
care about that anymore, divas.
Yeah. So, right. And that's when we started to see this insane backlog here between what's been dedicated. We have at almost 200.
Mhm.
And then the announced, you can see at 350. It's a huge, even the ground broken is still at over 100 disconnect here.
Mhm.
I mean, it's crazy. And you can see the church presidents here.
I think that first general conference when he got to announce temples as a prophet, if have you watched that at all? He got a kick out of it. He was like feeding off the audience. They were like laughing at certain things and he was liking it. I think he fed off that and I think that led to him like, "Oh, now I got to give this many." Again, I don't think there's anything prophetic about him deciding there should be temples. I just think he got a kick out of announcing a bunch, and now he's like, I got to do it every single time.
But I'm going to push back on you because it was after he got so much, there was so much audience reaction with the visceral reaction of so many temples being announced, unprecedented, that in the next general conferences,
He changed it. Yeah, he told them to stay quiet.
He told them to chill out, or somebody did.
Mhm.
Okay, so because
Yep,
they didn't
he
want
did.
the ooze. They didn't want the
Yeah.
oohs and ahs for the exotic temples, and then not for the fourth temple in South Jordan.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But I still think he liked it. And again, in my opinion, the man has an ego and he had the beef with Hinckley. So like every time he announced a batch of temples, that just pushed him higher above Hinckley to one up him.
Yeah, and we know two reasons why he's doing as many temples as he's doing. Number one, Bishop Kaze said what President Nelson's vision is for temples, and he said that it was a grandiose vision for temple construction. He wants them to be important. He wants the finest materials of them being imported from the Congo. The wood from the Congo and diamonds crushed from Arkansas, and then the carpets are from Egyptian embroidered carpets, and the chandeliers can be $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. It's a grandiose vision of what the house of the Lord is supposed to look like. That's number one. And number two, in his last general conference, he elucidated his entire rationale for temples by saying that this is all built on the foundation of the supposed Kirtland temple visitations to Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery in, what was that, 1836, I believe, where Elijah, Elias, Moses, Jesus, Peter, James, and John all came to Joseph Smith, and that this is a continuation of those divine visitations. That's his two rationales, and that's basically all that we've got as far as I know.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's cover a couple more here while we're at it. This Widows Might report, it's incredible how good this reporting is. It's just absolutely solid.
They do a good job over there.
And it's not too complicated. Even a simpleton like myself can understand these charts. And what we get from this chart here, Culch, is the total valuation of temples. How much do you think here, before you read it here, how much do you think that all the temples are worth that have been built so far? What's the valuation of the temples?
How many are we up to? What's the number of
how many well, we can go back to the last one for that. So as of right now, actually dedicated, we're at dedicated 195.
Okay, so we'll just round it up to 200 to make it
200.
easy. Let me get a calculator out here real quick, divas, and I'll figure this out, what my number is going to be.
Sod says he wants to come back on.
Keep those nasty feet off. No.
Sod, you're only coming on with a major super chat donation, my friend. That's what it's going to take for you to come on. That's okay. Well, I won't put you on the spot here.
Oh my gosh! So whatever number this is, if you know what 1E10,
it's a lot of money. But let's take a look at what the Widows Might report says, because they are the gold standard, and their predictions really are quite prophetic. What they predict for the values of these temples and the church buildings and everything else is very accurate. So the total square footage is 7.5 million, but the replacement cost, that is how much money it would take to replace all of the temples, $8.2 billion. And I think that yours was showing like $10 billion. So I think you were pretty close.
Yeah.
And the maintenance,
ballpark.
Yeah, the maintenance here is $250,000 per year. Now, if you add on the temple constructions, those are temples that are under construction. It's another $2 billion. So we'll be in short order here in the next couple of years, we'll be at $10 billion of total temples. And then the ones that future construction costs are 2.6. So what we see from this is, if you were to build all of the temples that are currently either been announced, the ground broken, or whatever, the total valuation of all temples would be about $13 billion.
Wow. You think part of it is that when you have money and you're looking to invest, so to speak, or to use that, what do? You buy real estate. If you look at the Scientologists, that's their thing. They have all this money. What are they doing with it? They're buying up buildings like crazy. Because one, it makes people think that there's growth, even if there isn't. So it gives that illusion of growth. And you're purchasing real estate, which will the property values and things will go up. So I wonder if that plays into it at all.
It definitely could. And we knew from back in 2022 that the reporting firm Ryan McKnight and Ethan Dodge, those are the Truth and Transparency guys, also known as Mormon Leaks. Remember, Mormon Leaks became Truth and Transparency. They reported on this. This was investigative journalism into the church all the way back in 2022 and said that the LDS Church has the most valuable private real estate portfolio in the U.S. by valuation. And the church is probably second in the total number of acres that it owns, only losing out to that family. I forget the family that owns all of the timber up in the Northwest. There's some giant family that it's the Emerson family. The Emerson family in the Northwest owns hundreds of thousands of timber acres, which are basically worthless. But the churches, the acres that the church owns are typically highly valuable, sought after, in very good spots. It's just incredible what the church does with its resources.
I mean, I think they're the biggest landowner here in Florida.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. The church, have you ever been to the church's citrus farm, the Desert Ranches and Citrus Farm? It's 700.
I know they've got a cattle ranch here too, right?
It's a combined cattle ranch and citrus farm where they raise cattle and sell them for profit. And then they also raise citrus for profit as well. It's at 700,000 acres, and that was purchased. I actually did a short video on that. That was purchased by David O. McKay. I always thought that some wealthy.
Wow, it's a long time ago.
Yeah, it was. And again, remember, David O. McKay overextended the church by building lots of structures that he shouldn't have built, and also by buying all of this speculative for-profit real estate. I mean, he just ran amok, man. They had poor controls back then. That's why they brought in N. Eldon Tanner to fix the church's finances.
Right.
And he really righted the ship by instituting proper accounting procedures in the 1960s to get the church back on track. It was almost insolvent from mismanagement.
Did they do a real big tithing push back then? I know there was at one point when their church was really in the hole, and then they started pushing tithing.
Yes, and that was exactly around that time. That's when the church stopped reporting in general conference the amount of tithing that was brought in. They reported that all the way up until, I believe it was 1959 is when they stopped reporting the tithing. And the church commissioned, do you ever remember that old Mormon movie, The Windows of Heaven, starring Francis Uri with Lorenzo Snow? That's when the church commissioned that movie in an effort, because remember, Lorenzo Snow allegedly had the revelation in St. George for people to pay tithing so that the rain would come. You remember that movie?
Right. Yep.
So it was at that same time as basically as a 100-year anniversary special. David O. McKay commissioned the Windows of Heaven movie to be shown to everyone, and there was a big push for tithing to get the church out of insolvency during that period of time. But let's go back to that temple tracker just real quick, unless you're out of here. See, the total amount of maintenance that's involved here with these temples, you're talking about after all these temples are built, it's going to be $500 million just to maintain these temples, because they typically only last for 30 years. That's an average temple before they need to be completely retrofit.
They have to renovate them. Yeah.
Yeah, that costs a tremendous amount of money. Without question, it's just the costs that are associated with these things are crazy. There's this LDS Living article, temples, renovations. I'm trying to remember here. Shoot, this is the problem with the live stream here.
You're on the spot.
Yeah, there was some small temples. A renovation means, let's see here. I don't know if I can. Yeah, here we go. See, when those smaller temples were built by President Hinckley, he rushed them out. But it turned out that there was major prefabrication issues with these temples. And this is a picture here of some of these smaller temples. Far beyond mechanical upgrades, a slew of the smaller temples had to be stripped bare.
I think I had heard about this because they were having like mold issues or things like that.
Exactly. Yeah, Hinckley was a little too pragmatic, and he built these things on the cheap with like the cheapest contractor. And it turned out that these temples, that's a picture here. I'm going to show you a couple of these temples here that before the Anchorage temple had to be stripped down, they had to be completely reskinned. So here's the temple, these mini
wow.
temples. The Oklahoma City temple here was taken all the way down to the rafters because there was mold. They were basically completely gutted only a few years. This is 2017, and I don't know exactly when it was built, but it's not very long. Same with the Memphis temple. Here's the Raleigh, North Carolina temple. Look at that temple. It's just basically gone.
Yeah, I mean, that's down to the studs, basically.
Yeah, it's back down to the studs. And same with Baton Rouge. These were all those mini temples, I think, built by the same contractor here.
Yeah.
And guess what? It was only these temples were only open just for a couple of years. And look at this temple in shambles, man. You thought the Provo temple was something. Look at these.
These are not pictures the church probably doesn't want you to see. I've never seen those before.
Yeah, now the church just calls these, quote, mechanical. This is from This Week in Mormons, by the way. These are only mechanical upgrades. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
That's almost a complete rebuild.
Yeah, they are. So, like I said, a troubled exterior threatens the interior alone. This wouldn't be the first time that climate issues affected the buildings. 21% of the temples were they had this marble that was quarried in Vermont, and it ended up getting all messed up. So far
it's
from
like 1 in 5, crazy.
Yeah, far from being the sacred stewards of the widow's mite, they built all these temples and then ended up wasting a ton of money on these things because of the issues with production. But let's just real quick go back to this temple tracker here, and then I'll let you go. We only got a couple more here.
Cool. Hey, so if I happen to disappear, it's because I'm down to like 5% battery. So if I disappear, that's why.
We will assume that you've been raptured.
There you go.
So here is also the size of the temple. I talked about that with the Fairview temple being very large. Mm-hmm. And the larger the temple is, the more money it is. And the more, quite frankly, the more wasteful it is. So this is the average size of a temple. So during the Hinckley area in 1995 to 2000, the temples were average about 15,000 square feet. Okay. That's a reasonably sized temple.
It's not about the size, Divas. It's about the ordinances inside, right?
According to Elder Bednar and President Nelson himself.
And Nelson. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you can see over time here that it's crept up a little bit. But as soon as we get to the Nelson era, you can see that the temples have almost tripled in size, with the average being, at least 25,000 square foot, maybe around 30,000 square feet. So at least double or triple the amount of size. Okay, that means, double the amount of money and triple the amount of money. Okay, and Nelson's temples, they're almost none of them are prefabricated except for the Cody, Wyoming temple. That's the only one I'm aware of. The rest of these are
the IKEA temple.
Yes, the Cody, Wyoming temple is an IKEA temple, and I'm not familiar if there's any other prefabricated temples that President Nelson has rolled out.
Didn't they start moving in the pieces before they were allowed to start building?
Well, that's a complicated story because it had been approved and then unapproved and then approved and then unapproved. They had gotten preliminary approval. They moved the pieces on site, but they haven't assembled it. So it's a long and complicated story here. But here is the cost per square foot. Now, here is the leaked information. It's not really leaked, but we know how much some of these temples cost. Also, we have from the Wall Street Journal, which has told us that the Pocatello, Idaho temple was almost $100 million building. Okay, and then we have all of these other temples here from Richmond, Virginia to Tallahassee, Florida. How far is that from you?
Tallahassee. I could get to Tallahassee in probably 2 or 3 hours.
It's one of the most expensive per square foot temples around.
Dang, wow, I didn't even know that. I figured it was, wow, okay. I might have to go to Tallahassee and check that out.
As soon as they build a temple inside Disneyland, I'm sure you're going to be all over it.
Oh, dude, I would say, well, I mean, they have an Orlando temple, but we just need to put it inside Magic Kingdom, and then I'll see it a lot.
Right. So now there's this network here that's called the Dodge Network. This is a subscription only network for contractors. Okay. So the Dodge Network is a subscription service, but if you pay for the subscription service, you can find out how much these temples cost. And of course, the Widows Mite Report went ahead and paid for that. And we found how much all of these temples cost. So the Pocatello, Idaho temple was $70 million, Richmond, Virginia, $50 million, Moses Lake, $20 million, Orem, $90 million, Layton, $90 million, Tallahassee, $40 million, Casper 13 million, and Elko 13 million. So this is the cost per square foot. And the average here is about $1,100 per square foot, which is about double in the United States. The commercial average for building, if you want to build a McDonald's, it costs about $550 per square foot for commercial real estate in the United States as an average. The church is spending double that amount because it's using luxurious materials and it's the quote unquote house of the Lord. But yeah, we know how much these temples cost now. You know, it's a matter of public record.
Interesting. They're building one here in Jacksonville. I got to see what the square footage is supposed to be, and then we can estimate the cost on it.
Well, we know that it's a little bit more expensive in Florida to build things.
A little bit,
right?
A little bit.
It's just a little bit more. It's going to be
prices have shot up big time here since the
It's
pandemic.
going to be 29,000 square feet. So if we're taking about $1,300 per square foot there, then we're looking at a total of about almost $40 million.
That's on par with the Tallahassee one, which makes sense.
Yeah, we're talking about $40 million. Okay. So, I mean, it's a tremendous amount of money here that is being used for these structures. And then this is also the square footage of new temples that are being broken ground. So this is the total amount of temples, the square footage of what's being broken ground. In 2014, they only broke ground on 70,000 square feet. 2015, they only broke ground on 146,000 square feet. And in 2018, the last year of Monson, he wasn't into temple. He only broke ground on one temple into all of 2018. That was right before Nelson took over. And look what happened. We went from 10,000 square feet being announced to almost 400,000 square feet being announced, a 40 times the difference.
Crazy.
I mean, just the order of magnitude here is puzzling, especially, like I said, considering the Mormon shrivel. People are disaffiliating themselves with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints at a high clip. The Cooperative Election Survey said that over the course of the last 15 years in the United States, the affiliation rate for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has dropped in half. It went from 1.8 million people down to 1.1 million people. The Mormon shrivel in the United States in particular is confirmed. And yet, what did we do? We just went way up in temples. Okay? It's all about the covenant path. That's President Nelson's hallmark, is the covenant path.
I'm going to remember him for 2-hour church. I think that's his crowning achievement.
I think he will be most remembered for two things: the temples and then the SEC fine. That's what I believe his legacy will be.
Even to this day, I don't think enough members know about that. I don't think he'll be remembered for the SEC fine, to be honest. By us, he will. Right. I don't think them. They're going to remember him for getting rid of Mormon.
Yeah, you're right.
Victory for Satan is going to be his thing that he's remembered for. 2-hour church.
Yeah, you're right.
The temples. And then maybe some of the members will remember him for wearing a mask and getting the vaccine during the pandemic.
You know what?
Because they didn't like it.
You're 100% correct. I'm absolutely wrong. That's just what I remember him for. So I'm out of touch here. But we can also look at the percentage of LDS construction spending for the total amount of income that comes into the church. We can see, well, what percentage of the church's wealth is actually being spent on temples. Now, we know, or at least we can estimate, that the church with humanitarian, we know that it's less than 1%, even if we accept the church's humanitarian report, most of which is unconfirmed. It's not externally audited. So we can't really confirm anything in the church humanitarian report, almost nothing.
But if you take them at their word, 1%.
If we take them at their word, it's slightly less than 1%, right? Okay, but here's how much we're spending on temples. And you can just see the priority difference here is on the temples is very, very, in the Hinckley era, again, we're in the 3% range. He really spent more on it. And then when we got into the beginning of the Monson was really, temples wasn't a big thing for Monson. It really wasn't.
No, I was trying to think, what do people remember Monson for?
The wiggling of the ears.
Oh yeah, he could do that. That was pretty cool.
But we can see
he lowered the mission age. Okay, that's.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you could be right about that.
I remember when he announced it because they showed. I think I did a video about that, and they showed kids in the audience reacting to it because they're like, "Holy shit! I got to go on a mission now."
Yeah, what is Monson's legacy? That's.
I mean, he did that. Did the I'm a Mormon campaign start when Hinckley was still alive, or did that start?
No, that was definitely Monson. That was definitely Monson.
So I guess the I'm a Mormon thing, which no one wants to remember, and lowering the mission age.
Yeah. And then you can see the percentage that the church is spending on these temples under Nelson is just completely shot up here. I mean, it's a significant difference in between what you're spending on alleged humanitarian efforts, and what they're spending on temples. It's a significant difference, and that's it. Okay, I just wanted
basically more for dead people than for the living.
Right, exactly. That's exactly right. See, that's what a secular humanist philosophy really says, that human well-being is the foundation for morality for a secular humanist. That means that all actions should be compared against what the needs are of our fellow brothers and sisters. We have no evidence that building temples benefits anyone whatsoever until such time as that changes. Then money that has been fraudulently and shamefully hoarded, especially from well-intentioned Latter-day Saints, the priority of that should be on the church. Well, Coach, I really appreciate you for stopping by. I guess your phone gave out or you couldn't take me anymore. I don't blame you at all. If there's anyone else out there in the live chat who wants to join this program, I am burning the midnight oil. I am willing to stay on. Thanks so much, Coach. Really appreciate you coming on. If there's anyone else who wants to join, I'm checking my live chat out there to see if there's anybody out there who still wants to join. I also want to check and see if there's anybody who, I'm trying to check my live chats here. This is the first time that I've done something like this. Is there anyone else who wants to join up? I'm going to put up the link one more time if anybody wants to join up. I think I've got Maven in the live chat here.
Oh, hold on.
Hey.
I am
That's
not
great.
hearing, so I need to figure out my audio. Can you put me back down for a second?
That's fine. That's no problem. We're getting Maven to come on here, and Maven is coming on to the Mormon News Roundup soon. We can discuss the articles that we will be discussing. That's fine. No problem. If you guys could just give me 2 minutes, I got to get a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, we'll get Maven back on. Rodney, welcome to Real Talk Mormonism, live calls and conversations on StreamYard. What LDS item do you want to talk about tonight?
Oh, I just wanted to say I liked your show.
That's great.
And I agree with you on the wastefulness of the temple. I think the initial goal of the temple back in the day was really intertwined with the polygamous activity with
Yeah.
Joseph Smith, Brigham Young, etc. But I think it's morphed into, now that they don't do polygamy. I'm a former LDS member. Now that they don't do polygamy, I think it's the church's methodology to give people a sense of importance in their worship. That's what I think it is. I don't think it has anything else beneficial to people. That people feel, believing devout LDS people feel, a special affinity for the activity of the temple. They actually believe that there's people beyond the veil, etc., waiting to have this done, and so it's kind of a hook, line, and sinker for the church to give people something to do that's beyond, hey, go to church on Sunday. Like the rest of the church, the rest of the Christian churches of the world, go to church on Sunday or Wednesday or whatever, and then be good people during the week. The LDS paradigm has that additional hook to it, and that's tightly intertwined with the financial motivations of the church. And I think this recent SEC nonsense where, and then we see with the 60 Minutes interview where the first counselor and the presiding bishopric essentially says, we were hiding this from our members. We didn't want our members to see this, which I was stunned when he said that. I was a missionary in France, so I have a little bit of interaction with Gerald Causet.
Really? What's he like?
I think Gerald's outstanding person.
He's a very smart man, and he's very good with finances.
Yeah. He was a supermarket genius essentially in France. So he knows supply chain, and he knows he knows that he's in a as far as intellect, he's in a great position. And in France, until recently, even with the advent of the internet, if you didn't speak English or were not able to read English, there was really no way in France to know any of the historical doctrinal problems that the church faces with its foundation. So you could literally grow up in the church and legitimately have no clue whatsoever. And it wouldn't surprise me.
All the way up until like what, 2010?
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if someone like Gerald, honest to goodness, didn't know. Even though he speaks English quite well, he may not have known the insurmountable problems of the foundational claims of the church until it's too late. When you get to that position, there's kind of an NDA type of thing going on that you can't. If you go against the church, you're going to get slammed. It's
been a very, very long time until we had somebody from the Quorum of the 12 or the presiding bishopric who's become disaffected. I mean, it's just been a long time, and yep. I believe what you're saying, Rodney, is correct about people and the temple uses. The temple is, it's like an extra tier. They have the same type of thing in a lot of high demand religions where they give you this extra carrot of something that you can really strive for. They build the temple up as this most incredible experience, and that it is necessary for salvation. And it also ties you to following the church's rules and the so-called covenant path, meaning that you've got
Sure.
to avoid the coffee, you got to avoid the alcohol, you have to avoid the premarital sex, you have to pay the tithing, and you have to toe the line. It's really about controlling the membership. Even 120 years ago, the temple rules were not as strict as they are now. They become more strict over time as the church has
Mhm.
become a higher demand religion in some ways over time.
Yeah, yeah, and there's money to be made. I mean, there's oh my gosh, so much money to be made. They're spending a lot on temples.
Yeah, we just
When
talked
you
about
look
that.
at it, you say, "Wow, that's a lot that they're spending on temples."
It is.
But they have probably around $200 billion in easily liquidable asset, and that's not talking about real estate. The cattle farm and the citrus farms and the vacation spots and the
So
Polynesian Cultural Center and all. That's not talking about selling that. That's just
it,
stocks,
it's
bonds, cash on hand. They're
It's probably pretty close to that. The Widow's Mite report says that it's somewhere around 265 billion is the total valuation of the church. 100 billion of that is in real estate. Okay, that's
yeah,
all the chapels, the BYU campuses, the Polynesian Cultural Center, the farms and ranches, the hunting
yeah.
preserves. That's the 100 billion in that. And then Ensign Peak probably has somewhere around 180 billion. It also has a small portion of real estate in Ensign Peak, but according to David Nielsen, 75% of Ensign Peak could be liquidated within a 3-month period of time. So
Mhm.
75% of $180 billion is like 125 billion that could be liquidated very, very rapidly. And for
Right.
President Nelson to do anything that he wants to do with, there's no accountability in the church.
Mhm.
He doesn't answer to anyone. In the Doctrine and Covenants, it used to be that the first presidency, the Quorum of the 12, and the traveling Quorum of the 12, and the high priests, the stake high council were all equal. Now they're not. Okay, it's all first presidency. It's all President
Right.
Nelson. It's his vision. What he says is going to go. And
Mhm.
he's taken the church down with him in many respects.
Well, he's a smart dude in that way. One of the things that kind of enraged me about him, not that there isn't a lot of other things, but a few years back he was in Africa amongst the saints in Africa. Really poor people, barely out of third world status people, and his comments to them was to send money to essentially a mega corporation church in the United States. That was the solution to their poverty, the tithing. And that's just even if you are a believer, that's absurd. Like, we're supposed to help these poor people, right? I
Right. And
mean,
here's what President Nelson
come
said.
on.
He said the top Mormon leader tells a crowd in Africa that tithing will break the cycle of poverty. This was right as he started his ministry, I think in April of 2018. And he said that the Lord's way is for you to be married in the temple. And then this is what he particularly said. He spoke about poverty, and he said that poverty is a spiritual issue that can only be broken through the act of tithing. And this is what he said: we preach tithing to the poor people of the world because the poor people of the world have had cycles of poverty generation after generation. He said that same poverty continues from one generation to another until people pay their tithing. So he's saying that Africa is in, that the people have a low socioeconomic status in Africa because they don't pay tithing to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a mega corporation worth $265 billion. People rightly took issue with that, and it seems like you did too.
Yeah, yeah, and there is absolutely no historical evidence among any culture, among any people, and on the entire history of humanity to support that position, that paying tithing gets you out of poverty. There's nothing. I'm a student of history, and there is no culture or history of humanity where paying tithing to a religious body has resolved poverty. There just isn't. It's just stupid. It's greed. It's just greed.
It's
There's no,
prosperity. It's
yeah,
prosperity gospel, and it's
yeah,
especially harmful to do it to people who in Africa, who the vast majority of the people in Africa live on less than $2 per day. It's one of the
mhm,
lowest places where people have a low socioeconomic status, and it's especially harmful, Rodney, knowing that he is the wealthiest man who has ever walked the face of this earth. As the corporation soul of the president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day
mhm,
Saints, he has more money than anyone on this planet with $300 billion at his sole discretion. We just talked about how that could be liquefied almost
yeah,
instantly. He has the ability to affect their suffering and their quality of life like no one else. And yet,
mhm.
what did he tell them to do? He didn't say, I've come here and I'm going to help you. He said, what you need to do is help my bottom line.
Yeah, they engage in tremendous PR. There's, you go on the church website. Hey, we gave $2 million to help women in Africa. That's like me giving 0.2 cents and getting a news story about it. That literally is like me. I did the math. It's like 0.2 cents of my income, giving that to an organization, and then I go, woo! Look how charitable I am.
And don't
I mean,
forget,
it's
Rodney,
just stupid.
and don't forget, Rodney, that is alleged humanitarian giving. We
Yeah.
can't really back those things up. So some of the churches humanitarian we can back up. We can call the World Food Program and see if they wrote them a check. We can call the Red Cross and see if they really wrote them a check. But some of these church-run church news articles, there's no way to independently corroborate these things. And so even if we take the church's word at it, they're spending less than 1%, and some of this cannot be corroborated. It's an entire... It just boils my blood to see that the money that was fraudulently and shamefully hoarded into Ensign Peak and into the church to begin with, then President Nelson goes to these African saints and says, you need to pay even more money back to us. It's just, it's morally reprehensible. And it just shows you how religion can poison your morality and really dehumanize other people. Any last thoughts here, Rodney? I do have another person on the call, but
I
go ahead.
think this is an example of no faith. I'm personally atheist now, but I think it's an example of no faith. Why do you need this much money? Why are you not spending the money? Why are you're hoarding it for a rainy day? Don't you have the faith? Don't you have faith in God that God will see you through? Do you need 200 billion? Now, I wouldn't argue against an organization the size of the Mormon Church having, I don't know, 10 billion, $15 billion slush fund or something, or something to cover BYU expenses if there was a Great Depression or something like that. I'm not against organizations having things like that, but this hundreds of billions of dollars, God will take care of you, right? I mean, I just don't understand. I didn't understand as an LDS person, knowing how rich the church was, and I just don't understand it now. It just seems. But
Well, if we take Jesus's teachings in the Sermon on the Mount, what he said is, consider the lilies of the field. They toil not, neither do they spin. But what? But our heavenly Father takes care of them. He said, take no thought for the morrow will take care of itself. In other words, if you have faith in God, he's supposed to take care of you. Apparently, the church leaders don't believe that the teachings of Jesus. And as far as the amount of money that would be responsibly as a support for the church, I'm not expecting that the church will just go month to month and could be insolvent at any minute. But most businesses consider that 3 to 5 years of expenses is a reasonable amount of money to have as a backstop. Well, the church, its operating expenses are about $7 billion per year. So that would be somewhere between $20 to $30 million as a backstop for what they have, or let's even be very, very conservative here. Let's pretend that it's even 10 years. That'd be $70 billion. What we have here is orders of magnitude different between the amount of money that has been fraudulently and shamefully hoarded and what is actually necessary. Meanwhile, the people on this planet are starving to death now. There's homeless people who don't have places to sleep. There's people who don't have enough food to eat. There's people who have no access to medical care. There's women who don't have access to reproductive care. And we're building esoteric temples to perform warmed over Masonic rituals for people like Adolf Hitler and Vlad the Impaler. And let's not forget Holocaust victims. The priorities here are really messed up.
Yep, I agreed. We'll have
Rodney,
a good evening, and I'll continue to watch on the side.
Hey, thanks for coming in, Rodney. The first episode of Real Talk Mormonism. Appreciate you coming on. Our next guest here is the indomitable Maven from Latter Daily Digest and also Mormonism Live. Maven, how's it going?
It's going good. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
You look great. Everything is
Perfect.
wonderful here. What Mormon thing is on your mind tonight?
So actually, there's a couple things, and I guess I know some of them we might record for, I don't know, the next Mormon News Roundup, but I also don't want to spoil anything. But an article recently caught my attention, and this is from Meridian Magazine, under the parenting section, and it's titled "Canceled: Children Who Will No Longer Talk to Their Parents." And this was really interesting to me. I haven't really like gone through all of it, but as someone who I've had really a rough relationship with my mother when I was younger and a teenager and still very much in the church. And I've kind of worked through a lot of that. And I do have a relationship with my mother now, but my father is somebody that I have cut off. So I guess according to this, I have canceled him as my parent. But then also, I think just in general, there are a lot more millennials and also Gen Z who are cutting off toxic family members. And this is something that I've been seeing just generally. So this is not a Mormon specific thing, but it was interesting to me to see it in a Mormon context. But just across the board, more and more people are just being done with toxic families and toxic systems. And I think, as we know, Mormonism is a toxic system and it contributes to toxic families. And so this is a piece that I might want to delve into at some point and kind of go through, because what is interesting to me about it, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, is that when children get to the point where they will stop having a relationship with parents, it's never a sudden thing. It's never a sudden decision. It took me a year and a half of like really trying to work through things to see if I could repair my relationship with my father before I decided that the best thing was to be done with it and to end it. And so on the other side of it, it's really fascinating to see them say either they don't know why or they're always blaming it on woke culture. And so I was curious your thoughts on this, if you're familiar with this issue, if you've seen TikToks talking about, of children saying why they've cut off parents and, parents being like confused and flabbergasted or blaming woke culture on their children cutting them off. Do you have thoughts on that? And I'm curious what the chat also thinks.
Yeah, that's a very good question, Raven. It's always amazing to me how many similarities that we have between us, even though I'm kind of older and I'm just, a mid-Mormon white guy. But look, my father was addicted to opioids for a large percentage of his life. He was also a raging alcoholic. I would come home from school and he'd be shooting up Demerol. He'd be high on a lot of Lortab pills, on opioid pills. Okay, my father was a drug addicted mess. He was out of control, almost committed suicide with pills. It's a really tragic story. So when you have that kind of a parent who has incredibly toxic and harmful parenting, I'm supposed to be expected to maintain a relationship with someone who I'm not going to get into all the details here now. And I'm not blaming my father, because if you've never dealt with somebody who's had an opioid addiction, then you really don't have the perspective that is necessary to judge that person. Because once you've been addicted to drugs, you're not yourself. Okay. So who I was interacting with, he was not really my father. He was just a hollow shell of a man. And my brother also had, and all of my siblings also had periods of time where they could not interact with him because he was not a reasonable and rational person. He was crazy. Okay, so people had to cut off my father, including myself, for a brief period of time. It was only a couple of months. I tried to maintain a relationship with him. But the idea that children, this is really a Mormon idea that children are supposed to follow you. You're supposed to make a clone of yourself. You're supposed to ensure and plant them on the covenant path. And if they step off, that's unacceptable. And if they cut you off,
it's a reflection of you.
Right. If you cut them off because if your children cut you off as a parent because you're trying to force them into Mormonism, well, that's their loss. So I reject the idea that you can't divorce your parents. Some parents are incredibly toxic and incredibly harmful. I know this firsthand in my own life. So I don't know what Meridian Magazine is talking about, but I reject the concept entirely.
I think too, it's speaking about the woke culture thing, it's the idea that that it's just like political opinions. There's just some differences here, and that's what it's about. My children don't agree with me on this thing, and so they're just blowing this like way out of proportion. But especially in today's climate, like when we're talking about the things that are making people want to cut their parents off permanently, if outside of issues of abuse, when it is about ideology, like we are talking about people's rights, we're talking about people's lives, genuinely being in danger. And so I think for a lot of people that is a legitimate big deal. It's not just like, oh, like we vote Republican and my wayward woke kid votes Democrat now. Like we are looking at, you know, I guess I don't want to get too political on your show, but to me, it really does feel like we are headed towards a juncture where we are about to choose fascism in our country, or kingman, if we were to use like a Book of Mormon phrase. We are getting rid of democracy and setting up a powerful person who is very vindictive and extremely ignorant, and just it is actively interested and has gone a long way to reduce actual rights for people in this country. So I think it's, I guess you can blame that on being woke, but when it comes down to really important, what I consider very basic human rights that other people are trying to control, and it's out of their hatred for these other people, that's a pretty big deal, and that's a bit more than just we just disagree politically. So anyway, but the abuse thing, that's also a big part, and that's something that parents still also seem to be oblivious about. But we know they're not. I think a lot of parents, they should know, but I don't know what it is. There's just this investment in not being able to apologize or see that they've been wrong, and that's kind of also following along with the church's kind of setup. We don't apologize, and you're blowing things out of proportion. It's just a lot of gaslighting and minimizing, and so it's kind of sad to see that Meridian magazine doing that, and also at the same time not surprising, because honestly, if there were to be a story about a convert to the church, that ended up cutting off their parents because of joining the church, none of these woke kind of accusations would be seen as the reason. It would be seen as a good thing, as a healthy, all of these things. So I don't know, it's just interesting to me. I'm wondering if this person who wrote it, if her children have cut her off, or if it's just something that she's seeing more among her peers. And it's just the tendency to always blame the person who's leaving, the person who's harmed. It's always their fault when they finally say, I've had enough, and I'm not going to let you do this to me anymore. So anyway, that's my thought. I got a little bit behind in the comments, so we'll see. I don't know if
Well,
there was any.
I
Yeah.
really appreciate that. Like, I already talked about my own father, that it literally was not safe for some of my brothers and sisters to be around him. He could be incredibly irrational. If you've ever been around somebody who is an incredible raging alcoholic, somebody who's addicted to pills, somebody who shoots up, somebody who endangers themselves and the people around them, it's just not safe to be around that type of person. And if you allow them space, even on a phone call, into your own personal emotional stability, that person could be verbally abusive to you when they're not in their right mind. The crazy story, by the way, is that my father, after living a life of really pure debauchery, honestly, he joined the church when he was went on a mission, and then he left the church about 10 years later, lived a life of total reckless anarchy and debauchery, where he had no moral code whatsoever, just the total typical anti-Mormon dude. He came back to the church with 2 years left to live in his life, put his garments on, and went back to church and taught gospel doctrine. Nobody, believe me, Maven, nobody saw that one coming. I mean, the odds on that were like 1 out of 1,000. But talking about the church real quick. The church, you're talking about cutting off parents for woke activities. There's a church movie. I run the Mormon movie reviews, and there's this incredible church movie here that I just want to bring up. And it's called Journey to Become. It's a very obscure Mormon film. I don't suppose you've ever watched The Journey to Become, have you?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Is this the one actually I think I do know what it is.
So what The Journey to Become is a movie that was produced by LDS Philanthropies here. Here's my Mormon movie review of it, by the way. And it was only released for a couple of years, and then it was yanked back. But here we have in the movie the Meller family here. And they talk about their sons in this particular episode. And this was put together by the church. And here we have brother and sister Meller, who are these rich millionaires. And they're talking about what they're going to do with their fortunes when they die. And what they say in this movie is that they are going to disinherit their sons if their sons do not have temple recommends when they die. And the LDS Philanthropies Department will facilitate that for you. So you use in your will, what you say is, when I die, LDS Philanthropies will be my agent, or what do they call it? They will control my assets, and then they will adjudicate my two sons and see if they have a temple recommend and if they're worthy Melchizedek priesthood holders. And if they're not, then they won't get a damn thing from the Mellors, and the church will get all of the money. So the church literally teaches through these type of films that you should disinherit your own children if they start drinking coffee, or if they watch an R-rated movie and can't pass a temple recommend interview. So it's pretty ironic for me to see Meridian Magazine trotting out the idea of woke culture and we shouldn't disinherit one another and we should all have kumbaya, when the church literally says that you should disinherit your kids if they start drinking coffee. Give me a break.
Yeah. I think it goes further than just these kinds of videos, because I think that for very wealthy, I think there's a one-on-one connection. I think either like through friends, maybe not officially through a church leader, but just the general kind of rubbing shoulders thing, that a lot of wealthy members of the church are invited to specific meetings to be able to discuss the transfer of assets to the church. And yeah, there's just a lot of people who do that and who have done that, unfortunately. The other thing that was interesting to me was the a focus on feelings, and it's the whole typical thing where we're attacking, of course, only certain feelings, because feelings, elevation feelings that give you a testimony, or these kinds of feelings that keep you in the church thinking that you've had a spiritual experience or is confirming of scripture or of leadership to you. We like those feelings, and those are definitely the feelings you want to follow. But anything else is a threat. And I think one of the biggest things is authenticity. And of course, so they attack that just like the church typically does, because they want to make it really shallow, that following authenticity is, yeah, it's drinking coffee, or it's wearing a tank top, that there's something, where we think there's something really inherent to this different thing that we're doing, and it's just vain and it's shallow. Whereas this, authenticity, this, like, my tank top does represent it, but not so much that it's immodest according to Mormons, but because I'm wearing it because I like it, and I'm not thinking about what a bunch of old Mormon men are going to think about it. So I have clothing that is also, in their standards, modest, but I also wear that clothing because I like it and not because that's something that they would approve of. And so, and a lot of times when we're talking about feelings and authenticity, we're talking about like core values that cause people to leave the church. I'm thinking of like the Reddishes, who were very strong in the gospel Mormons, who kind of saw behind the scenes just how nasty and ugly and really awful church leaders can get when there is a child molester who is a bishop who gets convicted, and just the reluctance of the church to handle that well. And so when we're not just talking about like somebody insulted me, at church, and they made me feel bad because they said my skirt was too short or something like that. Like, we're talking about people who are saying, I thought the church cared about children and wanted to make sure they were safe and would do the right thing to protect other children, or to try to find out if other children have been molested by this bishop who has the authority and the expectation culturally to sit with every single youth in this ward. From 7 for like baptism interviews, and then on up through teenhood. And so, yeah, it's just, these are the kind of feelings, or race issues, or LGBTQ stuff, like with the whole Jacob Hansen and Dan Reynolds, and it's traditional marriage. He got offended by traditional marriage, or he got offended on behalf of people who are gay. And it's just like, no, we're seeing the pain that comes from suicides, from kids getting kicked out of homes, from just these catastrophic things. Those are the feelings, and that, I guess I'm using my quotation fingers, and the quote unquote woke culture that's causing us to leave not just the church, but also our toxic families that are perpetuating and supporting that. So again, it's just always got to demonize feelings that you don't like, and then also just minimize and make it really shallow. And just that you're just like, oh, my feelings are more important than anything else in the world. That's not what it is. We're not saying I feel like this makes me feel bad. And so if I feel bad, that's the important feeling. We're saying we feel bad because there's a moral issue here. We are upset at harm that we see, and we don't want to be a part of it anymore. That's what's the issue. So I know it's sad to see this thing, but it's also interesting and telling to me that it's starting to happen more. And I did see what somebody in the quote saying, like, we're just seeing this kind of stuff earlier, and we're being done with it. Whereas past generations were expected to, not only were they on the receiving end of it, but they were willing to pass it down to the next generation. And it's just this whole of like, look, I dealt with it. I had toxic parents, but I still, like, kept a relationship going with them regardless of the harm to me and my marriage and my children. And so I'm expecting you to do the same thing for me. And now we're saying we're not. And I think that's very, very bad news for the church that this is also happening. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm
yeah.
going to go back to that movie real quick because it's really the church's implicit teachings here, which are put out by these official videos. And also, it's really not necessarily in the publications, but it's really in the zeitgeist of the church. What we found is the Mellors said that they would disinherit their 2 sons if they weren't good Mormons. But what we also found out from this movie is that this family already had 2 daughters. And guess what? Those daughters came off of the covenant path and they were disinherited already and cut off from the family. The parents cut off the daughters already in the movie because they weren't being good Mormons. And then in front of the sons, they also said, we're going to do the same thing to you if you stop being good Mormons. The amount of pressure that is put on children from the church's perspective to stay on the covenant path is insane. And the fact that the church feels no compunction about putting that into a movie when anyone in the right mind would say this family is completely dysfunctional is reprehensible, because the church teaches you that the only value of your children is if they continue to feed Ensign Peak, if they continue to go to church every single Sunday. I mean, this really goes back to the biblical teaching. If you think about Luke chapter 14, Jesus himself, according to this passage, said, one day when a large group of people who are walking along with him, Jesus turned and told them, anyone who comes to me but refuses to let go father, mother, spouse, children, brothers, sisters, yes, even their own selves, can't be my disciple. So don't tell me that Jesus is all about families. Religion is inherently divisive among people because some people will realize that there's no good reason to believe in those beliefs. And that will inherently drive a wedge in that family. If you tell people that the only way to go to heaven is if you're with your family, it encourages people to put these massive pressures on their children. And if their children are too quote unquote woke, that's going to drive a wedge into that family. Really, Mormonism teaches your children that they shouldn't find their authentic selves. They shouldn't be themselves because we know what they're supposed to be right from the beginning, before they're even born in the womb. We don't let them find themselves. We tell them what they should do, what they should think, who they should pay money to, and where they should go on Sundays. And if there's the slightest bit of backlash, well, then we cut those children off. It's an incredibly harmful paradigm.
I want to go back to the abuse scenario as well, because like with what you were saying, this is something that we also know is common in the church. Not only is it an abusive environment in general, but we know that it's a haven for sexual abuse and child molestation, and domestic abuse, most often males against females, husbands against their wives. There's been some highly, I guess, publicized child killings and also, family annihilators in the news. And so we just, that are Mormon. Of course, it's not exclusive to Mormonism, but one of the most common things when I did a 36-hour marathon with Floodlit through General Conference a year ago, now I think it was coming up on the October one, the number of times that abuse victims, and again, we're talking about children who, were abused by a trusted adult, whether in their family or leadership in the church or maybe both, is the amount that their feelings are demonized, either their fear or their discomfort to have to be around their abuser and accept them either at church functions or family functions. And, just the amount of shame put on for them feeling that way and being told that those feelings are bad, that they're resentful, that they need to forgive this abuser, or that they're not being very Christ-like and holding on to this resentment, and that they're the ones ruining the family, they're the ones splitting up the family, they're the ones causing strife in the ward. To me, that's also like the parallel I'm seeing here. It's the truth tellers that we want to punish, and say that, look, can you just shut up and play happy family for us, regardless of what we do or say to you? And if you can't do that, you're the problem. It's you, and we can't abide that. So, yeah.
I mean, this also reminds me. I mean, we could talk about this for a long time. This reminds me of the interview that Elder Oaks gave back in 2006 with Elder Lance B. Wickman when he was talking about same gender attraction in particular and the public affairs. It's amazing what the church prints out here, but the public affairs asked Elder Oaks about a same-sex relationships. What if somebody came home with a same-sex partner? How would you respond? That was the question from public relations. How do you balance that against concern for children in the home? And his response here is absolutely telling. Elder Oaks, that's the decision that needs to be made individually by the person responsible, calling upon the Lord for inspiration. I can imagine that in most circumstances, the parents would say, please don't do that. Don't put us into that position. Surely, if there are children in the home who would be influenced by this example, the answer would likely be that. There would also be other factors that would make that the likely answer. I can also imagine some circumstances in which it might be possible to say yes, but don't expect to stay overnight. Don't expect to be a lengthy house guest. Don't expect us to take you out and introduce you to our friends, or to deal with you in a public situation that would imply our approval of your quote unquote partnership. That's how we are supposed to treat other people who are not on the covenant path. We're supposed to stick
It's
them in the
those
back closet.
parents. Yeah, it's the parents who do exactly that are the ones that I think would be talking like this author in Meridian magazine, where it's just like, our children cut us off because of woke culture, all because we did this to them, and we said, no, you can't bring your partner, or you can't stay in our house, and so then they ended up saying, well, then we don't need to come at all, and by the way, you also don't need to come over to us ever. So yeah, it's just,
And that's exactly
it's
where they
ironic.
get it from. They're getting it from President Oaks himself, who tells us that if you have a quote unquote woke child, or somebody who is affirming to the LGBTQ community, that you are literally supposed to cut them off. Maybe you can say hi to them in passing, but you don't expect us to take you out. We're not going to be even seen with you in public. You're not going to show your face around here, and we're going to do everything that we can to possibly demonize you. And this is the future leader of the church. I mean, in the next couple of years, barring a catastrophe, President Nelson's health does not look good. The last General Conference or two, it has been a significant decline. He can't even stand up for a long period of times. He's been mailing in General Conference, pre-recording it, using deep fakes and AI. I mean, it is really some batshit crazy ideas out there. In fact, the recent Mission President Conference, President Nelson didn't show up to that either. Instead, again, he pre-recorded something, and again, it could have been deep fake. So this is what we're going to get from the next prophet, whose hobby horse, his entire persona revolves around the disenfranchising of trans persons, the anti-LGBTQ bashing. We are not going to see a reformation on any LGBTQ issues in the near future unless we get a miracle and Uchtdorf comes through. That's the only hope in the near term for a reprieve on anti-gay rhetoric in the church.
This is reminding me of actually, the whole Duggar situation, the 19 kids and counting, and they're not Mormon, but I think very similar. One of their, I'm forgetting, I think it's Jill, one of the daughters that was, for people that don't know, one of the older sons had molested many of his sisters, and I believe Jill was one of these. She has left the religion, and so and they were strict. I don't think they let the girls wear pants even. So they were wearing skirts and, full on long skirts, almost like FLDS ish. So yeah, Jill is a heathen now. Jill wears, she'll wear shorts, and she drinks alcohol. And because she's left the faith, she is seen as a threat and a danger to other children in the family, which is what that quote was making me think of, was like, how do we handle this with concern about our children, where it's, gay people are the concern and we're worried about the effect we'll have on them. That's what I'm seeing here, this Duggar situation. It's like, we're afraid of the atheist. We're afraid of the one who'll have a beer in the summer and wear shorts when it's hot out. But she doesn't walk with God anymore, but this child molester, this like convicted child molester, who's also been convicted for having CP on his computer, and also has cheated on his wife multiple times.
Ugh.
He keeps saying he's sorry. He keeps straightening himself up with Jesus, and so he's safe. He's allowed to be. He's allowed to visit the family. He's allowed to be around children. He's not woke. He's still got the same values, and so he is safe. But Jill is a danger, and yeah, that's what I'm seeing here with that. Gay people are the danger, but we're really not going to do a whole lot about literal child molesters. And that's a story I don't know if it's worth getting into with the Mormon News Roundup, but there is and I don't know if actually I have it up here, but there was, I want to say, the Minnesota man who was
Yeah, that guy.
convicted. Yeah, he tried to. It's just a small update, but he tried to go through the Court of Appeals and get it overturned, and that did not happen. And so yeah, and so I was pleased to see that his case was particularly okay. I do have it. I don't know. Is it something I'm able to share, or like you found it? Okay.
Yeah. So this is
Yep.
important here. Let me just once say one thing about there. So yes, there's always bad apples in religion and non-religion. You're going to
Yeah.
have child sex abusers in almost any capacity whatsoever. Your responsibility as an organization is to do everything that is reasonable and possible to minimize the amount of the access that these people have to children. And what we found out in this particular case here of this Mormon leader who's finally been sentenced to 30 years behind bars is that he had done child CSA back in a couple of other states, I believe in Utah and maybe one other place. He was already a convicted felon on the sex offender registry when he was put in as I believe the elders quorum president here in Minnesota, which typically doesn't have access to children, but he still managed to get it. But what we learned from Mr. Michael Adam Davis, and also we knew this from before, he had a felony count of child exposure, and it wasn't his first conviction against child related to a crime. The church did not conduct any background checks on this individual whatsoever before putting him in a position where he could potentially have access to children. That is morally irresponsible. That is absolutely reprehensible. And the church's hands are stained. The victims here who suffered under Mr. Adams, it's one thing. Look, I'm not excusing it. It's one thing if the church had no idea and this guy had never offended before and there was just no possible way to know what he was going to do. And the church had reasonable safeguards in place, had leadership training from the church. Nobody was ever alone. That'd be one thing that wouldn't be excusable, but that could, at least you could possibly understand that. But here there was no background check and he was a convicted sex offender already on the registry. You gave him access to children, even though he was the elders quorum president. Apparently he rode home with a kid or something.
Yeah. That's how he was caught. A
Right.
police officer pulled him over and found him. So
Yes.
it's always if outside law enforcement, that's usually when the change happened. And the church, in this case in particular, went through great lengths to defend this man. His leaders wrote letters, in support of him. And they were trying to also like minimize. I think at some point initially there was the support, and then at some point they tried to kind of back off and say like, well, we didn't know, and he wasn't in charge of youth, but it was actually another member of the church who's disaffected, who I think contacted the council for the prosecution and was basically their expert witness on Mormonism and the amount of influence and trust that position would still be given over children, and especially over young men. So anyway, yeah, if I recall correctly, I know Mormon Stories did a deep dive with the person who was the counsel, and he had letters showing just how the church was really trying to minimize his influence and his access to children, knowing that they knew beforehand that this information is passed on, but yet people like this still are given access to the most vulnerable. So
yes,
yeah.
I don't know if the church leaders in Minnesota knew that he was a child sex offender before. I don't have that information, but the important thing here is that they should have known that. It is a $20 background check, 20 bucks. When you drive
and the church
Uber,
does pass on information, like if you are a homosexual and you've been in a homosexual relationship, that information does tend to have a higher success rate, I guess, of moving across state lines and into new wards than apparently stuff like this does.
being put
unfortunately.
into your membership record, which is
Yeah.
passed on from congregation to congregation and is private, generally only available to bishopric members or an executive secretary. Oftentimes, you will see annotations of trans members, gay members, or other things like that. But for some reason, this individual was not tagged as a child sex abuser. And this is a troubling pattern. And as you pointed out in your Floodlit Marathon, we've seen time after time of the church failing to do its due diligence. At what point in time do you become complicit in CSA when you don't do reasonable steps to prevent this abuse from happening? And it's not just the background checks. It's the fact that bishops' interviews are not required to have multiple people in them. And we've seen a number of harmful situations that have come out from there of potential grooming situations. I know that's probably rare, but it does happen. We have to have steps in place for that. And finally, the leaders themselves go through virtually no training in order to know how to either prevent these things from happening in their congregation or how to respond appropriately when they do. The church has fallen down time and time again on child sex abuse, and I'm just tired of it.
Well, maybe that's just your feelings and you being kind of woke and just prioritizing your feelings over everybody else. I think that's where this article is going.
Well,
And you're following
as a
your
secular
truth rather than the ultimate truth of the gospel. And your truth is that you don't want to be complicit in the harm to children. But again, it's just kind of this woke culture today that just,
well,
causes
I
us
have.
to like make drastic decisions for very minor opinions.
I
Sorry, go
am
ahead.
I'm a secular humanist, so therefore my morality is based upon people's well-being and conducting background checks, doing proper training, and doing basic safeguarding procedures enhances everyone's well-being. Therefore, it is required. The church should also have at the stake level domestic violence abuse prevention coordinators. It should have at this every stake should also have a person who's responsible for responding to sexual harassment, sexual assault complaints, who's highly trained and is credentialed in the various different certifications that victims advocates typically have. The church does not follow any of the industry best practices in this area, and there's just no excuse for it. And
they have the gall to say that they have the gold standard. I wanted to say the person that you had just on, Camille, she has worked in a position before where she was a secretary. I'd forget to who, and maybe she didn't say specifically who, but it was someone higher up. I believe top 15, and Camille can maybe correct me there. So she's putting some comments up that she could look at some info on membership records, but not all. Disciplinary issues were marked with a red banner, quote unquote, confidential activity. And so I'm curious, Camille, if would that include something like homosexuality, or I guess maybe you had to be in the right priesthood office to see exactly what that fell under or not. So yeah, there. Okay. 70s general authorities she was a secretary for. Thanks, Camille, for answering that. But yeah, she's been up there. She's kind of seen, I think, a bit more than on the behind the scenes than a lot of us do as regular lay members. And so I appreciate when she chimes in here. So yeah.
And honestly, Maven, people keep wondering why is it that the church doesn't follow these best practices, and it's just really an incredible puzzle to me as to the reasons why. And I guess the only rationale, and I'm going to ask you this question, the only rationale that I can imagine is the fact that if you were to pray about a particular calling, and that God were to tell you that so and so is supposed to be the primary leader, or so and so is supposed to be the young women's leader, you call that person into position, and right before you do, you run the background check, and you find out that they are in no way able to be put in positions where there's children. What would that say about your power of discernment? What would that say about the divine confirmation of that calling? Is that really the only rationale that we can give for this harmful practice?
It's not the only one. I think it is significant, but and I guess just to preface this, I can't confirm, or I don't have evidence for this. So this is just someone at like in the position that I am and what I'm able to hear from others. So it is hearsay. I just want to be clear on that. But over time, I tend to be more open to this idea more and more, that there's a lot more abuse and covering up abuse that goes, all the way to the top and among the top then we realize. I know there have been some allegations of abuse that are to me less credible than others, especially if they're very sensational. I tend to still hold some skepticism for that. And I'm not saying that the top leaders like the Q15 like themselves are all child molesters or abusers. None of them, it's possible like that none of them are, or that maybe a couple are or have, but I definitely think they've at least covered up abuse for people close to them in their circles if they were not party to abuse themselves. And so, but again, these are things that a lot of people, especially in these families, they're really closed off, and they might be disaffected or end up leaving the church. But even those who leave the church, if they have these really high up connections, will still remain very mum on these things, and they'll only tell these kinds of stories in confidence, and just to people, just to let them know, and are really reticent to go public about it, especially if they don't have proof, if it's something that happened 30, 40, 50 years ago when they were a child. But a lot of times, like, I just feel like families and there's a lot of nepotism among them. Just families and associates, I think, do a lot to kind of hide each other's mistakes. So I hope that came through clear. I don't want to say that I'm accusing all of them of being child abusers, but I do think there is enough like in their circles that it's happening. That's my personal opinion, and not just children, but also wives. I think there's a lot of also domestic violence, and like with Ballard, a lot of financial corruption. I just think there's all kinds
Yeah.
of sins and corruption that are just really, and I think abuses among it.
What I would say is that right now, I don't think I have enough evidence to say that any of the Q15 have been involved with domestic violence or CSA. The burden of proof of that has not been met.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
You are complicit in a system which is allowing it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just like the Catholic priests and the floodlit.
And they know.
When you shuffle priests like the Catholic priests around who are a danger to children, then you're complicit in those horrors as well. And you were talking about what is the Q15 involvement. Well, let me just bring up this one case for you, which I'm pretty sure you're familiar with since you're pretty down on this particular stuff. You remember the stake president in Pennsylvania who was charged last in February,
right,
for not reporting child sex abuse when it came to his attention from a bishop told him about an old case of child sex abuse that happened in Virginia. It was a long time ago, about 20 years before, but the stake president came to that information. And in Pennsylvania, they have a very strict reporting law thanks to the Jerry Sandusky, that horrific Jerry Sandusky thing in, was that Penn State University, I believe?
Penn State, yeah.
He abused like almost 200 people, and people didn't report it. So they passed basically what was known as the Sandusky law, which says that anyone who comes to the knowledge of child sex abuse has a legal obligation, especially a clergy member, to report it to law enforcement. Well, the stake president didn't do that because he called the church's helpline, and Kurt McConkie lawyers told him, don't report it. So he never did. But then it came to light that he had that information. So the local prosecutor charged the stake president, Mr. Rhett Hinsey, on this particular case. And what we came to find out was that there was personal involvement in this case at the quorum of the 15 level. And how did we know that? It's because Quentin Cook took particular notice in this case, who, by the way, he is a lawyer, Quentin Cook, and he said that the church would vigorously defend who? The victims? No, the stake president. The stake president. That means that you're complicit in this illegal sham. And unfortunately, because the church has such deep pockets and says, we're going to defend our stake president rigorously, this local prosecutor, which is, I've been to Harrisburg, it's not that far from my house. It's a small town. And if the church is lawyering up, it's going to cost this town hundreds of thousands of dollars, or maybe even more, millions of dollars, for it to be, it's going to go through the courts, and the church is going to appeal it. Then they're going to appeal it again. This is going to be a multi-year battle for this municipality, and it could cost hundreds or even millions of dollars to try to bring this stake president to justice. So what did the municipality do? Well, they dropped the charges.
Dropped it.
District attorney will not pursue failure to report child sex abuse charges against Harrisburg area religious leader. The Dauphin County DA said that his office decided that it's not in the public interest. And I will say that the victim also said to drop the charges. So obviously it's going to be hard to bring this case forward. But we know that Quentin Cook was personally involved with this because it was named in the articles. The apostles are very aware of the policies that surround CSA. And the fact
Yeah.
that the church doesn't take the proper procedures to protect people, that's just a fact.
Yeah. Yeah, they actively try to bury cases. I mean, they have that helpline to get ahead of them. So they know about the majority of cases that come up through believing membership who put their trust and faith in leaders to do the right thing. And that's where, it goes up through the chain there, through the lawyers. It gets, settled or silenced or kiboshed however way they can. And it's just the ones that don't go through that chain that usually end up going again and through law enforcement. It was a police officer that or the prosecution office that that brought this against this stake president when they found out about this case. But yeah, it's just those are the cases that when the church can't get ahead of it, when it gets to the press first before they have a chance to try to silence it, that's when they come out looking, I think, the most evil and the most awful. The Bisbee case, with like 12,000 pages of documentation, is the worst one. And that one also shows a lot of complicity. But anyway, yeah, we just don't want to be complicit in those things anymore. So
No, absolutely not. And we know that the church, what is the church spending a lot of its money on? And this came to light also with Mormon Stories. I know you're a moderator over there on, and obviously we're rehashing some of this old stuff, but it's still important that recordings that show that how the Mormon church protects itself from child sex abuse claims. And what did they do here with Chelsea Goodrich in this particular case here, Maven? How did the church protect itself? Did they protect her?
no, well, initially, it's kind of interesting how her case kind of came to the attention of the church was again through I believe a friend of hers or a friend of the family whose father was in a position, a lawyer position with the church, who actually works with these kinds of cases. And I can't imagine. I wonder what his daughter maybe thinks now, or if she really, I, you know, she obviously thought that her father was there to do good and that that's what he did for the church. And I wonder if she's had her eyes opened to what that actually means. Because I think we all wonder, how do these people sleep at night, these lawyers for the church that do this? But initially, so they found out about her story, and initially they offered a settlement, something really small, and then something happened, and I forget the details, but they found something else out, I guess, that concerned them and made them feel that there was more risk to them. So I remember the really tiny settlement they offered ended up ballooning to almost like $300,000 to settle and basically bury it. And so yeah, that's
And,
just
and they
it's money.
that included her signing an NDA. It's not about taking care of the survivor here.
Mm,
It's also about
right.
silencing her, that she can't bring her story forth to anyone else. And they're trying to muzzle people so that people don't understand how bad that this epidemic truly
Yeah.
is. That's where a lot
I
of this
think the
movie is
best
going.
episode for this, and I know I will probably can turn it over to someone else or wrap up if you want, but Tim Kosnoff was an attorney that represented a lot of Boy Scout abuse cases. We've interviewed him on Mormon Stories several times, and he is somewhat as an outsider, due to his work, has really got his finger on the culture of the church and how things work. And there are multiple episodes and they're all really great. And he has said that the church operates more like a corrupt organization, like a crime organization, like a mafia, than anything else he's seen. And he says, like, when people come to him because they want to sue the church over abuse claims like this, he tells them this is basically going to ruin your life and cost you everything. And so it's going to cost you your neighborhood, your relationships with your family, your relationship with the whole church community. It's going to affect your ability to work. It's going to affect your mental health. It's going to affect your own family, your relationship with your spouse and your children. And because the church just has so much money and so much power, they can delay and appeal and delay and appeal, and they can just drag this out for years and years and years. And if you get anything, it's not going to be worth all of the time and effort it takes. So he actively tries to discourage people from accepting his services. He's retired, I think, more than once, and then he ends up keep coming back for these kinds of really horrific cases. But he has the church nailed down, and he would talk about, like, in the earlier days, when he would get a report, he would get on a plane. He or an associate would get on a plane and immediately, as fast as they can, try to get to a bishop if they find out that a bishop knows or has been told a story so that they can get a statement. Because if the church gets to them first, then they will close up and they won't say anything. And he said he's seen bishops perjure themselves because they gave an honest statement to him, or initially trying to help the victim. But then once the church steps in, they become churchmen. They zip up or lie. They have lied on the stand and, against previous statements because the church advises them to, and they follow that. So
Yeah, and that's the thing. And most bishops are company men. You don't become a bishop of a local congregation unless you're usually in the top 10% of your particular congregation. You're well interviewed as far as making sure that you're towing the Orthodox line. And a lot of bishops, they want to become that stake president. They want to do what is right. And for them, see, this is what religion does to people. For them, doing what is right means what? Doing what my church authorities tell me. It's not about doing what is right for the individuals involved. It's not choose the right and let the consequence follow. It's really an extension of divine command theory, which says that whatever President Nelson says, that must be right. It even goes back to Joseph Smith in the Happiness Letter. Remember, he said that which is right in some circumstances may be allowable in other circumstances. In other words, whatever the president of the church tells you. And they look at Kurt McConkie as an extension of church leadership. So whatever they say must be what the Lord wants me to do. And instead of using their own common sense to say, you know what, if I have the ability to stop child sex abuse, I'm going to do it. That's what we saw with the AP sex abuse story in Arizona, where they let the abuse go on for 7 years through multiple children,
7
multiple
years,
bishops.
and it was constant.
Yeah,
that one was an awful case. Yeah,
and posted online, horrific to an infant who was only 6 weeks old.
Yeah.
That was one of the worst cases that people have ever seen. And those bishops, what did they do? Well, they could have reported because Arizona was a you can report state. There's not even they could have reported it, and they didn't because Kurt McConkie told them not to.
And there were reports also from people other than the perpetrator, because they always want to go for client privilege with the perpetrator, but they also had reports of other ward members who were concerned. And so that is also an avenue. You don't actually have to say anything that the perpetrator said to you. You can go through what these people said and still make your report and go around and have it both ways. He could have done the right thing and still protected the clergy penitent privilege, and stopped. I think life ruining abuse for 2 little girls.
Yep, just another on a long case. And we wonder, what if there's one thing that in covering the Mormon News Roundup that I've learned about the church, and that money really motivates the church. So how is it that a lot of these settlements, you have to have NDAs, you have to have your lawyers, it costs a lot of money. Wouldn't it be logical that the church would want to stem the tide, especially money speaking, of making these things stop by paying a $20 background check? And this is an article that I actually covered last year, which has not been widely covered, but it's really kind of indicative. And I think it tells us a lot about how the church approaches CSA. And this is from 2023, July. It says the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints sues its own insurance providers over child sex abuse. So you wonder where that $300,000 came for the NDA of Chelsea Goodrich when the church paid her off. That didn't come from the church itself, Maven. That didn't come from tithing. It didn't come from Ensign Peak, and it didn't come from the church's commercial ventures. The church has sex abuse insurance that pays out these claims to these individuals. And this is what we found here. There was a specific case here of the church here where the original lawsuit, I got to read all of this to you. I'm sorry here, but the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints filed a lawsuit against its 2 sexual assault insurance companies, claiming that those businesses had the responsibility of paying out a lawsuit. So they lost a lawsuit. They needed to pay. And the insurer said, you know what? We're not going to pay this anymore. This was from a lawsuit that happened back in West Virginia in 2013. And as far as I know, this is still ongoing. So specifically, let me read these 2 paragraphs to you. Specifically, the lawsuit alleged that church members failed to properly supervise and train clergy, allowing the minor plaintiffs to come into contact with their abuser, failed to warn the minor plaintiffs and their parents, and otherwise failed to protect the plaintiffs from foreseeable harm. We've seen that time and time again. We've talked about that already. And this is the money quote right here. National Union, therefore, is obligated to pay on behalf of the church those sums in excess of the retained limit. that the church becomes legally obligated to pay as damages by reason of liability imposed by law because of bodily injury to which this insurance applies. So, from my reading, I'm not a lawyer expert and I'm not a legal person, but basically, the church has child sex abuse insurance. And the church has like a deductible. That's what they call this retained limit. And anything that goes above that, the insurers are supposed to pay. Well, what happened is that the church went way over that because this epidemic, this was only halfway through the year. There's an epidemic of CSA and child and domestic abuse and everything else. And the insurers said, we've already paid enough. We're not going to pay anymore because we've had to pay so much money out on these things. So the church doesn't even feel the sexual abuse claims in it because the insurers are the ones who are paying. Does that make sense?
That does. That does.
That's insane.
I don't know how I missed that one, but that definitely adds like a whole nother layer onto this thing. So
yeah, I don't really talk about it that much on the podcast, Maven. It's always amazing to me. We have so much in common. It's absolutely crazy. But I spent 3 years as a full-time in the Midwest for the federal government in sex abuse prevention and response, sexual harassment prevention, and domestic violence abuse response. Now, I know that a lot of people in this industry, by the way, think that this is a women's only industry. And there certainly are a lot of women in this industry. But the fact of the matter is that 90% of men don't report this kind of abuse. And I really think that one of the reasons that they don't, and 2/3 of women don't, and 90% of men don't. And I really think that a lot of the reason that men don't is because this is stereotypically a female only industry. And you really need to have at least one male in a geographic area so that if there is abuse that happens to men, then men can report to other men. It's not that a man can't report to a woman, but you definitely need to have it there.
Right.
So I spent 3 years full time in this industry. And then I spent 5 years before that as a part-time in a paid position as a victim's advocate for an organization that had 2,000 people. So I've spent about 8 years of my life in this particular industry. So it is a bit of a passion project for me, and it's something that I feel very deeply.
yeah, I don't have that much experience, but I think I'm newly coming to it, and it's one of the things I'm passionate about too. We'll have to talk on that because I'm curious. I think what you would have to share for me to learn in that regard as well. But
Yeah, I mean, I went through
yeah,
all of the credentials. I mean, the federal credentials, the state credentials. I was really involved very, very deeply. I was at I'll just put it this way. I was at a institution of higher education that had about 30,000 students in it. And I mean, that's an atmosphere on campus that is absolutely ripe for a lot of issues. I mean, college campuses are really big for domestic violence, sexual assault, and things along those nature. So I have a lot of experience in this industry. It's not something that I necessarily talk about that much in the podcast because I'm not here to flex on people with my credentials and whatnot, but it is something that is important to me. Anything else in the Mormon sphere here that has got your mind going?
That's it. I think we'll have to save some stuff for the Mormon News Roundup.
Look,
So
can I just say one other thing here? Since you came on and you managed to bring up Donald Trump, I want to bring up one, and that is controversial. Can I bring up one thing that is controversial with you? You can certainly say no. I am putting you on the spot here, but can we just talk for a moment about your Mormonism Live departure? You can say no.
If it's for a moment, I'm not sure like how quickly to go over it. So leaving Mormonism Live was something that I think was a unique experience for me, and it's the first time that I've made a decision like that to leave a show or I don't want to say a job, but just to leave work that I genuinely enjoyed doing. And so that was really difficult for me, but I did feel like that it was time and it was necessary. I do hope that Bill and RFM, and my understanding is they are planning on this to bring somebody else on. I am Maven because of Bill and RFM and my start on Mormonism Live. So I would love to see that opportunity be given to someone else who's maybe ready and can have different experiences and reach out to different parts of the audience. But I did. I've left it partly to kind of reduce the load on my schedule. I want to start a channel, and I'm still kind of in the stages of getting it together, but I want to start a channel on reproductive rights, and because that's also what I'm very passionate about, that and the child and domestic abuse issues. And to me, they're extremely related because they're both I think the perpetrators behind the environments that allow abuse to happen are also the same things that allow all of this violence. I will call it violence because that's what it is, towards women and children, minors who are female, who have uteruses, and are either being denied necessary medications or treatments, or are facing really, awful things in pregnancy, whether by their own choice or not, and are just having to. It's just this issue of people not having care or concern for things like bodily autonomy, for consent, or for an individual's ability to make decisions about their own bodies and their own health, that's being chosen by other people, and that causes this kind of harm. So to me, reproductive rights issues, that the pro-life movement is one of great harm, not just to women but also to children, and it actually furthers the cause of abuse and the likelihood of abuse of other children. So anyway, it just I just realized I really want to speak more on this, and so I've been putting more effort and work into that, and hopefully I can get something started here really soon. I know the audience has been really kind and compassionate, and I think they're ready and waiting for me to launch that once I get to that point. So yeah, it's a very important issue to me.
Well, I think you're the absolute perfect person to launch that particular program. If there's anything I could do to help out with that, I'd certainly be willing to help you out any way that I can. I just
Thank
want to
you.
say one thing about the departure, and that just the last episode that you had on Mormonism Live, it left a bad taste in my mouth. That send off, I didn't. That's not the way that I would have done it. Let me just say the way that I would have sent you off if I had been running Mormonism Live. First of all, you would have headlined the show. We would have said, let's go over Maven's top 5 most incredible favorite moments on Mormonism Live, whether it was you talking or whether it was a guest. There'd be a lot of laughs. There'd be a lot of tears. And at the end, you'd reveal your projects. We'd wish you on your way, and it'd be a triumphal send off. That's not the, at least from my outsider perspective. I don't have any insider knowledge. I don't know exactly what went on behind the scenes, but it didn't seem like that quite happened. And it just kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. Am I misreading it, or is this none of my business? What, can you talk about that for a sec?
Um, yeah, I love that idea, and I think that would have been a great way to leave the show. And I was the one that precipitated this leaving. It did come as a shock to Bill and RFM, and they did attempt to keep me, and what can we, definitely don't want you to go. What can we do to keep you on? And it's just it was me. It was from me, and I wasn't really willing to stay anymore. And it did happen I think a bit quick, and I think it felt abrupt to them as well. It also felt abrupt to me. There was just a significant, I guess, a shift, and in my feelings towards this. So um so like the show had already been planned, and I think there is also some fear in this space, whether deserved or not. I think yeah, based on other things that have happened, just where I think people are afraid of past employees, especially someone leaving, potentially causing trouble or making trouble. I mean, and that's true across businesses in general. So yeah,
Are
if
you
you
talking about Jen Camp here
maybe,
or Rosebud?
but yeah, well, I think um they're not the only ones. They're the most public ones, but I think a lot of people. I don't know. I wonder if almost everyone has a story. If not involving them directly, maybe at a company that they've been at, where somebody who either left or was going to be let go or something can cause problems. So you do kind of have to make these things happen swiftly, because it is such a rife place for feelings to go sour very quickly. So I don't know if that's speculation on my part. So what I can say is that this was started by me, rather quickly by me, and so yeah, for me the end of June was the perfect time to kind of end it, and that was the last week of June. We had talked the Monday before. We had talked previous to that, and then they wanted to come back and see if I felt differently, after a few days. And then, so it was, I think, Sunday of that week that I said, no, I think I do still want to leave. So yeah, it was sad. and it was very hard to do, but there was, I think, a good conversation between all of us, and I think our love and our support and respect for each other was shared. There are some things that maybe I wish could have gone differently, but for I for how it went, I think I place a lot of onus on myself for that.
Okay, makes sense. Thanks for talking about. I know that's a tough one. I know that's a little bit tough to talk about. Let me just give you one idea for your show as far as your women's reproductive rights, and you can certainly just laugh this off. What I would love to see for a women's reproductive rights show, and I know I'm a man, but I talked about my credentials. I have a bit of background in this particular field. What if you just every single week, kind of like the Mormon News Roundup, you just culled the most interesting abortion or women's reproductive rights articles about either women who were denied reproductive rights or doctors who were brought up on charges or the latest court cases or what's happening at the state level, what's happening at the federal level, what's happening at the Supreme Court. Kind of like the Mormon News Roundup. You just take the top 5 or
I
even
probably
7
should,
articles.
because there's plenty out there, and a lot of people don't see it. So it kind of depends on the circles that you're in and the logarithms, I think, or the algorithm. I used the wrong word there. The almighty algorithm prevents people, I think, from seeing sometimes the consequences of
Right.
the morals that they think that they believe in. And so yeah, so I think that is a great idea. And I do know that something else I want to do is I want to also focus on the harm to children aspect of it, especially children born to mothers who for any reason did not want to have a child. There's just so much more out there that's just not as common knowledge, first of all, on and I really feel like really ought to be, because I think it needs to be put in the faces of people who say, well, I benefited, or even I'm glad that my mom had me. It's just when people are forced to do something that they're not ready for or don't feel that they have the capacity or the finances or anything for, there are significant consequences to the children. And sometimes it's death early on, either through health issues and being unable to thrive. So that's why the infant mortality rate has increased along with maternal mortality rates, but also just the higher chances and likelihood of sex trafficking, of abuse of all kinds. I mean, I even wonder, this is more speculation, but with the Ruby Frankie case, that I've heard that she had 6 children. It seemed that she was more reluctant to have those last 2, and those were the 2 that were most, I mean, sh she abused all of her children, it looks like, but the most significant than the ones that she's in jail for are those 2 youngest. And so I just think that there's trauma and resentment that can build when women don't have the ability to really make these choices about how much children they have and want and can provide for. And I think, to me, this is an example of exactly the kinds of things that happen when you shame women for not wanting a child for any reason. I don't think we should shame that at all. But if anybody does not want to have children, I think, and then chooses, not to, I think that should be something that's celebrated versus a drug addict that maybe has a lot of guilt for things they're doing in their life and feels that by choosing to go ahead and have a baby, that kind of gives them some credence back, or makes them feel like they're doing a good thing, but yet they're going to give birth to a baby that's also addicted to drugs, and that they will very likely neglect and may even kill before it even reaches an age where it can go to school. It's these kinds of things that I wish we did put more shame towards, having children where for selfish reasons, when you can't take care of them, or just all of these things. I just wish we held children in a much higher regard than we do, and that includes wanting them to be taken care of after they're born, not just be born. So
It includes making sure that they have lives that are going to be fulfilling after they're born, and that's an
yeah.
important consideration. That really goes back to your first Meridian magazine article, and it's just amazing to me that, especially a lot of ex-Mormons, are supposed to be radical skeptics, and they're supposed to be able to be people who are eternally seeking truth and are willing to really examine things in a very critical manner and are willing to tolerate dissenting views on a wide variety of different subjects. They supposedly pride themselves on this. But if you talk about Donald Trump in this crowd, all of a sudden, all their rational skepticism goes out the window if they're Trump fans. I literally had somebody in my comments who just said, "Oh, I can't listen to your show because you criticize Donald Trump." I mean, they're just that fragile. And the same thing is true with women's reproductive rights. And we found that out with the Mormonism live show, which was the Emptying of the Swamp show, where all of a sudden people said, "Well, I disagree with your ideas." Fine, great. We're supposed to have a variety of opinions. It's a pluralistic show. Why is it that on Mormonism Live that we can tolerate Kwaku coming on and we can have Cody Brown and his ridiculous patriarchal polygamist doctrines and his entire harmful show trotted out and hardly pushed back on. But the moment that we talk about women's reproductive health, for some reason, oh, that's a bridge too far. We can't talk about that. Sorry, cancel culture. Give me a break.
That was one of the things I think that made me kind of realize how much work there still needs to be done in this area, because the amount of commenters that there was more on that show than any other. I guess it just showed me how many in the exmosphere are still I guess backwards in this way. They're still pro-life. So they're still, it's pro-life is always rooted in misogyny. And I know people like don't like that and they always want to push back on that, but it is because inherently at its core, what pro-life is you are saying that women cannot be trusted to make their own reproductive decisions, and they need to be forced to make the decisions that somebody else wants them to. And the somebody else can be across a wide range, and that's what we're seeing in the states now. Now that this has gone to the states, we've got states that are open, we've got states that are going as restrictive as possible, and just everywhere in between. And people think that that's fair, that where a woman lives, that government should dictate what kind of healthcare she's able to get. And that's where we're seeing, obviously the most strict states are the ones with the higher maternal mortality rates. They might have lowered their abortion rates, but their citizens are still getting abortions in other states. And in many places, it's actually the abortion rate has gone higher because abortion bans make pregnancy more dangerous for all women who are pregnant, not just ones who don't want to be. That it's also more dangerous for those who do want to be. And so sometimes that really forces somebody, if they have any concerns, to have to make that decision as the safer one, and abortion would be safer than giving birth. But I was going somewhere. So that's why it's inherently misogynistic. So that's what I just saw, like, and it just kind of saddened me how much pushback there was, and ignorance, because and like you said, when we like the skepticism, one of them is Latter-day Skeptic, which is Forrest Hansen, which is Jacob Hansen's brother, who came in to defend it. And he made a comment, accusing me of supporting, 9-month abortions. And that's just not a thing that is even real. Like, I mean, I guess it is real if we take abortion to mean the end of a pregnancy, then yes, every delivery and every C-section, every natural birth, under that very wide and inaccurate, definition, I guess would have it's a termination of a pregnancy, but it's by having a baby. And so just the fact that, again, someone who is supposed to be a skeptic and has his own show with skeptic in the name, calling himself a skeptic,
Sure.
could be so ignorant as to make a comment like that. And that wasn't even the worst, because there was someone else that had made a comment saying that New York passed a law allowing abortions post-birth up to 3 months. And it's just this kind of level of insanity where it's just like, an abortion is a termination of a pregnancy. Like, it is not possible for there to be abortions up to 3 months past birth. That's just not how this works. But that is the level of just insane and unhinged kind of things that side believes. And unfortunately, there was a lot more people, from that side in our audience and in the comments. And that was really eye-opening and disappointing for me to see.
Well, and that's where you come in. You're going to educate people, and your voice is trusted, and people need to be educated, and they need to be able to tolerate a wide variety of opinions. I mean, if you don't agree with someone, that's fine, but you still should understand their perspective. And a lot of men see, a lot of people who watch Mormonism Live, quite frankly, in this program are also a lot of mid-Mormon men, and they have no background. They have no concept of the entire a topic at hand. And so they just come in with absolutely ignorant takes. Yeah. Late term, purely elective 9-month abortions. That's literally not a thing. It just doesn't
Yeah.
happen. Okay. So
Late term abortions are typically like 18 to 20 weeks. They're usually like end of the second trimester, maybe getting into the third. Those are considered late abortions. So when pro-life talks about it, they're trying to make it 8 months, 9 months. Abortions are extremely rare and dangerous and risky at that point. So if there is somebody who gets that far along or gets to that point, it's almost always going to be delivered, and that's how doctors feel about it too. Like that's what doctors are most likely are willing to do. Very few at that point would be willing to perform an abortion in, these gory ways that they like to spread and pretend is happening, in clinics everywhere all the time. So yeah, and just kind of going back to the children thing, I think there's also a lot of people who get abortions are women who already have children and are women who may go on to have children later when they're ready. So this kind of idea that it's anti-child or it's anti-mother, and I know I get that because I don't have any children, and at this point I would say I'm child-free by choice. But I love children. I love my niece and nephew, and it's actually I have 2 nieces and a nephew, and it's really out of concern and fear for my nieces that I think really spurs me on the most, because I want them to be able to have the choice to, well, one niece is disabled, so she can't choose to be a mother in any sense of the word. So if anyone does anything to her to put her on that path, I'll have to go, I guess, to get arrested again, but go to jail for real, because I just can't handle that idea. I'll have to go after somebody. But at the very least, she needs to be able to, the safest thing for her every time is going to be an abortion if anybody hurts her. With my niece,
real
I just
quick
want her
though,
to be a
if I could
mom
just
when she's
can I
ready.
can I just jump in? Are they actually going to
Yeah.
press those charges on that arrest? Is there actually going to be? Did the prosecutor take up that case
On which one?
on the one when you were arrested in Washington D.C.? Are they actually going to put that into your criminal
No,
record?
it's a common thing. So I was arrested and I do have a record, but I there's a certain, it's called a post and forfeit, which is basically like you pay your ticket there. So it's basically like a ticket. It is on my record. I paid my fine and my fee, so it's a closed, it's a done deal, a done thing.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, but
Just
if somebody hurts my niece, then that's gonna be a new charge, I think, because I will hurt somebody. It would be merciful for the police to get them, I think, before I do, because I don't know. I
well,
think a lot of people know how that feels, but I just can't. And I really hate the idea that that living in Utah could put her life in any more danger after something like that. So
well,
anyway,
we
that's
can't, Megan, advocate for any harm regardless of what happens to your
right.
niece. I'm just going to put that out
Right,
there.
right. I guess
Okay.
I should walk that back.
Okay,
But
but just I guess the Supreme Court here last month, a very critical ruling here, where they allowed the
yeah,
methylpristone. Am I saying that right?
mifepristone, and
Yeah,
there's another drug that's, yeah, similarly, yeah, yeah.
which is basically also known as the morning after pill, even though that's a crude term, but it is upheld that, and those have been approved now since I believe they were legalized even before Roe versus no, since legalized since what 2000? How long have those been around?
It's
Yeah,
been
2000.
legalized since for a while, but I
2000,
think there
2000.
were restrictions were lessened a lot, especially during COVID.
Yeah, you could get it without a
Yeah,
prescription. It was, I
yeah,
believe it was either Obama or Biden who made it so that you could get this without a prescription and you can just get it over the counter
yeah.
now. But these are
I do
basically
want to
around
correct
since
something. This
2000.
is not the morning after pill.
It
Um,
isn't.
Yeah, because the morning after pill is one to basically kind of force or start a menstrual cycle, and that's that will empty the uterus of anything that might have like fertilized
Okay.
and gotten the lining, or pre-fertilization. This can be safely prescribed to women. Maybe it says in the article there, I'm forgetting how long, but I think up to 10 or even 12 weeks. So significantly beyond the morning after. So
Right.
the morning after is more of a preventative. And so
Okay.
this one is can be, and this can be prescribed also in the case of a miscarriage, because sometimes the body, especially the further along at the pregnancy is, the body isn't always successful at flushing all of the tissue out when the pregnancy fails for whatever reason, which is very common. And so this is also something given to help women kind of, I guess, finish a miscarriage or be able to pass this tissue so that they don't have to risk an infection or sepsis or any other kinds of what's the word I'm looking for? Complications from an incomplete miscarriage. So, but it is also for abortions, for unwanted pregnancies, and it's extremely safe. It has fewer, I guess, interactions or reports than Tylenol does. And it's also one of the great things about it is that you can take it in the privacy of your own home. It's just a very deeply personal thing, and the aftermath of it is often very uncomfortable and can be painful for women. And so the idea that it's taken flippantly is also a pretty terrible and inaccurate one. But I think another reason why pro-lifers don't like this is that you can't scream at a woman as easily if she doesn't have to come into a clinic to be able to get this, and she can handle it in her own home, and have her privacy. So
Especially since you can get them now without a prescription, you don't even have to go into your doctor, and that just makes things much more convenient and much more. Especially considering the fact that Roe versus Wade has been overthrown now, that's absolutely vital. The church has. I always go back to the Mormon movie reviews, Megan, because I'm a big church movie fan. The church has only released one movie that really talks about abortion in any way, shape, or form, and that movie is called Very Much Alive. This was released in 1976, and it was a direct result of the Roe versus Wade decision. It took the church a little while. This is actually a film strip, and it's an anti-abortion, basically a propaganda show. It was even some school districts in Texas actually used this as their curriculum for teaching sex education at the time. A Mormon church film strip.
Wow.
I just want to play one clip of this for you, which will give you an idea. You should really watch this. And I did a review of this. This film strip's only 15 minutes long. I did over an hour review, but this film strip is insane. You really have to watch it. We should do a review of it together sometime, but let me just play a couple of seconds of my review here, and you can see what the church trotted out in 1976. It's really, really insane.
Wouldn't a better answer be adoption?
It's hard, Mr. Narrator, to put a baby up for adoption if the dangerous pregnancy kills mom. It's kind of hard to put it up for adoption if the mom's dead and also the child along with her.
Loving parents adopted this precious baby, thanks to a young mother who let him be born.
But because abortions are occurring, loving couples who want to adopt babies wait and wait for babies who never seem to.
I would like to say that I have been a foster parent to 2 children. I know in part what it's like to kind of be like this couple on the screen. Not all the way, but at least a little bit. So yes, there is a difference between adopting babies. There is quite a waiting list for babies versus adolescents, not quite as much. And older children, 15, 16, 17, that's who I was the foster parent for, was older children. People generally don't want to adopt those 15, 16, 17-year-olds. They really want a baby to start off with. So yes, there is a difference in between the two, something I know firsthand.
Can you pause it?
All this little person needs.
Yeah.
I just want to say, in addition to that, just it's not on the, coerced or raped teenage girls to provide couples who have fertility issues with their children. That's not how this works, and that's not how it should work. But it can work that way. I have an aunt and an uncle who have 2 children that they adopted before Roe versus Wade. So again, it's just this idea that they have to control. There will be women who want to do that, and that's great. And I think that should be celebrated. Again, if that's truly their choice, I think that's amazing and that's wonderful. And it includes people like surrogates, because that's basically kind of what they're being, are surrogates, when they're choosing to go ahead with a pregnancy that they don't want, but they do want to give the baby to somebody else. But that's not the right choice. And again, the choice, they even use that in the film, she chose to have this baby. Let's let women choose to have babies and choose to have abortions based on what's best for them and the risk that they feel like taking on. I just think it's such a slap in the face to women who do choose to give birth, to then turn around and say, thank you for making that choice. You absolutely should not have been able to do that, and you should have been forced to, whether you wanted to or not. So I actually shouldn't have to be thanking you for the choice at all, because you shouldn't have had it in the first place, mom. Birth mom. I just think that's really terrible. And a lot of adoptive parents are not good parents. There are a lot of stories of adoption kind of trauma among parents and children, but especially the children. And there's plenty who've said, I should not have been adopted by this couple. They should never have been parents. And so, yeah, adopted children can also have just as traumatic and abusive childhoods as natural children, who also, who weren't wanted or who had parents that were not ready for them. So, no, adoption is not the cure all, even, for if we completely leave out what you're doing to the woman being forced to have that baby against her will. It's still not just an easy option, and it's not um a solution to the problem here.
Yeah, let me.
And there will still be, you can be pro-choice and there will still be babies available for adoption. So I'm not worried about that at all.
Yeah, I have been a foster parent myself, so I can at least speak to that. I have had 2 foster children, both of which came from extremely troubled homes, and I don't have time to talk about it now. But I was actually a foster child myself, so I'm very near and dear to this community. Let me. This movie is really crazy. We could watch the whole thing together, but let me just play one of the clips here. We really should. And I did an hour review. If we did it together, we'd probably be like a 3-hour review. Watch the reasons that the church says that just the church's reasoning here is absolutely insane. Let's play another clip for you.
Could fit in an area
Okay, hold it. Let me back
the
this up.
size of the United States.
Sorry.
Straight to a human body. There's
Okay, 1 second here. I'll start here.
Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, someone who's extremely controversial, and someone whose film has been thoroughly and severely critiqued, has been saying that it is misleading and medically inaccurate. This is a very, very strange bedfellow for the church. Why is Faust, who is a prophet, seer, and revelator, quoting Nathanson about when life begins inside of the womb?
Okay, so yeah, I sorry, I kind of got us in a wrong spot. So what Faust did, Faust in General Conference in 1976 comes out and he talks about abortion in General Conference. And what he does is he cites this guy named Nathanson as his authoritative source. So we have a prophet, seer, and revelator who's going to align himself with Nathanson, who's maybe you're familiar with that anti-abortion film, The Silent Scream. Are you familiar with that one?
I'm not. I've avoided the gory, like that kind of stuff, but I probably will need to dive into it. But it's just propaganda, and it's just all for gore and shock value. And so I don't watch that kind of stuff in horror films anyway. And so I've never been interested in watching it here either.
This is who the church is aligning themselves with, is somebody who's been criticized for being medically inaccurate, incredibly gory for no reason, and totally sensational. And Faust is citing him as an authority. Why do we need to align ourselves with a discredited doctrine?
We have doctrine. We have doctrine about when life starts. Maybe not put in those words, but in the Book of Mormon, Jesus, before the day or night before his birth, speaks to the people in the Americas. So if either he's speaking from the womb, or else his spirit is not really in there. And for there's scripture about the quickening, which is the first time a woman feels the kicking. And I mean, even in the church, if you have a stillbirth, if you have a full term pregnancy and the baby dies as it's born, it is not given a blessing. It's not sealed to you. It's just maybe it's sealed. I might be wrong on that, but I just know that there's been some really sad stories in the past where members, I don't think it is sealed. Maybe that's something that's changed, and maybe the guests can let us know in the comments. But if they do seal now, I think they did not in the past, because it was considered like that. What they're not done yet. If they didn't breathe, I feel like the idea and the teaching has been that they might kind of try again, or the spirit comes again. And that's another thing too. Like if you believe that, as we do, that there are, or did, as I did, that there are spirits that are waiting to come down. If you have an abortion, then they kind of go back and they'll come down to a different family. So the person or the soul that you are ending is still going to come back via somebody else, or in another family, or at a different time, maybe even in your own family. So there's just not it's just the fact that they have to go to extremists and other religions that don't have
Right.
the doctrine that we do, and also
Right.
that we feel superior over for, not
Yeah.
having prophets, seers, and revelators like we do. I think goes to show that again, it really is this misogyny, this desire to control women and see them as objects for sex and for reproduction, which just like it just I think it's just inherently it's soaked in all of these fundamental religions, that it's the air they breathe, it's the food that they eat, it's just so natural, it's the water they're swimming in,
Yeah.
is this idea of women as tools versus
Yeah.
people. And that's ultimately the pro-life stance. You care about what's inside a woman more than whatever the mental or physical cost will be to her, and especially in regards to her will. Her will does not matter to for the fetus, and the pro-choice is the opposite, is that this is the person who's here, this is the person who's real and has a name and has family and has, and feels the most pain and suffering out of this whole thing. They're the one that matters the most. Anyway,
Yeah. It's amazing who the
I could go
church.
all night. So
Oh yeah, I
yeah.
can talk about this a long time too. It's amazing who the church brings out here. Did they bring out a medical doctor? No. Did they bring out a woman? No. They brought out James Faust. He's a lawyer. What does a lawyer have to do with this situation? Now, the only thing that the church really could say about as a prophet, seer, and revelator, if they really are, the only use that they have of this entire situation is to tell us, in my opinion, one thing: when does the soul enter the fetus? If you want to tell me that, I would be interested to know that information and how you know that it's true. But guess what happens in this film? And guess what happens in church history? They won't say when the soul enters the body. And they do so. They do that for a good reason. Let me play this next clip for you here.
Yeah.
This it gets crazier. Sorry.
Ovum, a new human body begins.
I'm out there, Mr. Narrator. A new human body can begin, but it doesn't have to. I mean, some sperm are defective, for instance. A human body, we're really skipping. We're going from a sperm and an egg straight to a human body. There's nothing in between. Don't worry about what happens in between. Don't worry about it.
Complete with all the genetic inheritance of the mother.
Notice, so we go right from a sperm and an ovum, then directly to a human body. The church doesn't want to bring up the stages of development because that could put into somebody's potential idea that I don't have a fully formed human in myself. I just have a few, the what do they call it? The blastocyst. What do they call it? The blastocyst.
A blastocyst.
Yeah, the blastocyst. Instead, we skip straight from sperm and ovum straight to a baby, and they never say the word fetus. They never talk about the stages of development because they want you to have the idea that what's inside of you is a fully formed and thinking, heart-beating, breathing human being, when we know that's not the case.
And they want to do that. When they do that, they really go through great lengths to ignore the woman who is the actual real body, like in actuality, that you can see and interact with.
Right.
They want to kind of forget about her or try to hide her and make the
From DNA, but we
the
don't know
fertilized
that
egg.
evolution. That's just a theory.
But some still rationalize abortion by noting that each baby adds to the billions of people already in the world.
What do you think about that rationale?
I don't think. I mean, I guess I can see where they're coming from for that, but it's not so much that it's adding to the whole entire world population. I think that's really the issue, but to the population of the person whose family that it's joining,
Right.
there could be enough resources in all the world, but if they're not where you are and you don't have the
Right.
resources for that baby, that's valid. But there is something to, I think, poverty and crime, et cetera, in places that have these kinds of policies, places that are anti-women and very misogynistic, are almost always pro-life. I don't know of any exceptions to that. Maybe there is. I would be very curious to study a society that views women as objects in this way, but or doesn't view them as objects in the way, like as far as reproduction, but does for everything else, with modesty. And anyway, so it's just that's not really why people get abortions, is like, oh, I'm
No.
adding one more person to the
No.
whole world population.
That
No,
doesn't enter the calculus.
right. Yeah. And I know the kind of comments that are said about that, because I think people who are childless will talk that way in generic terms. But if we're talking about somebody that's actually getting abortion or is wanting to get an abortion, it's not that broad. It's really it's
Right.
them, and it's their life and the life that they're able to provide for for that child. But I mean, there are
Absolutely.
ties to population, poverty, crime, mental health issues, physical health issues, trafficking, abuse, all of these things.
Yep.
Who is arguing this? This is a straw man argument that the film is going to go to great lengths to refute and just easily bring down. It is a straw man. No one is arguing that.
We are told the world is running out of room, with the population doubling every 30 years or so. Certainly, there are some really unfortunate conditions. But what do you think about the amount of room available as you look across the countryside?
Huh?
Especially
This
across
is so
the
dated.
world's sparsely settled regions.
Hold on.
Let's suppose, for example, that all the people in the world were divided into groups of 5,
Okay.
and that each group had a 2-acre plot of land.
What's with the circus music?
How much land
Yeah.
would be needed for all the world's people in this example?
Nice music.
All of the continents? No. One hemisphere? Too big. North America? Still too large. Theoretically,
What are they talking about?
Like
Like giving everyone, like, to be able to stand on what, like a meter of land of
Okay.
like physical space to
Yes, let me just back this up. Okay, like I said, this is a complete red herring. They're saying
Yeah.
that people that women in particular want to have abortions because they're thinking about how crowded the world is, how the
Yeah,
population is
no.
doubling, and they don't want to bring a baby into the world because there's not enough space for that baby. And they're pointing out that even if we took everyone in the world together, we could fit them into a very small space. So there's plenty of room for all of the babies.
Right, because I guess we can populate the world till we're all like standing shoulder to shoulder, and only then is there not enough space for anyone to have any more babies.
It's an
No, but
insane red
besides
herring.
the space that you take up, there's also the space for the land to grow food for you to eat, and if you eat meat, then that it exponentially increases. I
They're-
think,
Yeah, they're going to
we're
get into
getting
that.
into like
Let me play this. No, they're going to get into
okay.
that one too. They're going to
Oh,
get
they
into
are?
that one too.
Okay.
So you should have a baby because don't worry, there's plenty of room for everybody. Okay, so that's item number 1. That's how you should always have a baby because there's plenty of room.
homesteads for each 5 persons in the entire world could fit in an area the size of the United States, leaving the rest of the world completely uninhabited.
What a
First
relief.
of all, nice circus music to go along with this abortion video. Nice touch. This entire discussion is a red herring.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, what do you think about that argument?
It's just silly. It's
Yeah,
just silly.
okay.
It's not about space. And yeah, I mean, you'll probably get into it, and I've got to wrap up here
Okay,
soon. But
okay.
I think so. I'll end with this. But we definitely need to go through this. Like, let's table this and do like another, I guess, a redo of what you've done. But you know, I don't have the statistics off my head of just how many children are abused in the world, or even just in our country in the United States, of children who are uneducated or unable to get education, who do not have shelter, who do not have food, who just do not have the resources that it takes to be healthy and to be well. And so I don't care how much like physical space there is out there in the world for them to have room in and take up. If they don't have food, if they don't have a roof over their heads, if their parents are not mentally and financially able and well enough to be able to take care of them, these things matter. And especially as expensive as things are getting, both like in food and housing, both rentals and mortgages, it's just really like we are really getting priced out and crunched. The middle classes for sure. More and more people are getting kind of pushed over into poverty. It's just astounding to me that they'll make this kind of claim. And then just to kind of I know correlation isn't causation, but correlation is significant. I think data in and of itself. But these states that have the strictest abortion bans also have the poorest outcomes. Like for children's health, for education, they're almost all dead last. Like if you put them all together. They also like consistently vote the most against women being able anything that would help a mother or a family to be able to afford housing, to afford healthcare, or to have job protections. just over and over and over again, they seem to just kind of pull the rug out from under the women that they want to be having babies to just make life so much harder for them and for their children. So I think I think there's a reason why, and it's because it's never really been about the babies. It's controlling women. It's getting, they want more of the population. It just doesn't serve. And so I just think when they like to throw out ridiculous things like there's been 60 billion abortions every year since Roe versus Wade, or whatever thing they make up. And or they'll say, like, they'll try to more and be like, oh, it's like they'll call it a Holocaust, 40, we'll say 40 million. I'll make it less ridiculous than 60 billion. 40 million of of my peers could be here, and I'm sad for them. Where are they? I would say, like, that, where would they be if they were here? Where are they going to be living? Where are these kids going to school? Where are they getting their food? Where are they working? Because it's already rough as it is. We're not, as a country, set up to properly take care of the children that we apparently want women to be forced to have. And not just that, but if they really wanted to reduce abortions, I think there's an article that came out in the Netherlands. They reduced their abortion rate by 60%. And that was through offering, like, free contraception, just widespread, like, everywhere. And that's exactly the opposite of what most pro-lifers would be interested in doing. In fact, they're actually going the opposite way. They're going after contraception. There's already cases moving up through the courts for that. So if they really cared about reducing abortions, they would want to be more on education and consent and all these kinds of things. They would be far more successful than what they're doing now, which, again, in some places, they're actually increasing the rate of abortions as well as increasing maternal and infant mortality rates. So they're just losing all across the board, but they're getting some. They are getting some more births, again, to women who can't or don't want to have those children. And I just feel like it's a really low bar to think that children at least deserve to be wanted. But for a pro-life person, that's not even an issue at all. Children are a punishment for having sex, really. So if you don't want to have children, well, too bad. We're gonna make you, and that's how much we care about those children. So
Well, I think that you really should found your podcast. You got a lot to say about the subject. I think you're very
yeah.
well researched on this. You definitely are an activist. And I think that your channel, especially considering your background and being able to facilitate things and to be able to carry on these conversations, your ability to talk to a camera, you've got a lot to say about this. I think you could easily fill up the time. I think it'd be a very good endeavor. I just want to give one personal take about one thing that you haven't mentioned. You've mentioned bodily autonomy quite a bit. And I really was listening to The Atheist Experience, which is one of my favorite shows, by the way. And Forrest Valakai really brought this to my attention, which is one of my favorite commentators over there. And he said, well, what does someone who lives in my house, he gave this analogy. It's hard for a man, I really think, to appreciate the topic at hand because we don't have the capability of producing another life form within us of any substance. But he said, imagine that you are in your house and there's also someone else in your house whose kidneys have failed. And let's assume that you have decided that you're going to share your blood with them and that you allow them to do that twice a day. And they just come in and they hook you up and they stab your arm and they drain you of a little bit of your blood and it keeps them alive. Let's pretend that you agreed to that situation. But then one day you just change your mind and you say, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. And I don't want you to have access to my blood for your kidneys. You're going to either, I'm just not comfortable with it anymore. And I'm not going to allow you to do it. What if they came over and just went ahead and did that again? That would be morally, that's not moral. That would be irresponsible, and that wouldn't be permissible, right? We could all
Right.
agree with that. That's my body, and I have to give you permission to have my blood go into you. Well, that's the exact same thing with a fetus. A fetus is using your body without the moment that a woman says that a fetus is using her body without permission It's the exact, you're not, I don't have to give resources to another human being. Even if I agreed to do it in times past and entered into an agreement that I knew would cause that person to utilize my body for resources, the moment
Right.
that I say, I don't want you to have access to my body anymore, I'm morally justified in terminating that relationship. And a woman is the same thing with a fetus. You don't have to let another person use your body for nutrients and resources without your permission. And that really kind of changed the calculus
Yeah.
in my mind.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people, they want to disagree, or they want to make it the woman's fault because she had sex, and that they like to do the consent to sex as consent to pregnancy. But this is the thing too, like pro-lifers do not value or do not understand, or both, consent, because part of consent is to be able to withdraw it. So
Right. That's what I'm saying.
consent to marry is not consent to be forced to have sex,
Right.
Well, that was also something very in common with a lot of pro-lifers back in the day, because those were the same category for them. And I think that's also why there's always a lot of abuse, both sexual and domestic violence, in pro-life homes and pro-life institutions, because they do not understand or respect the autonomy of another human being. There's always
Right.
reasons why you can justify hurting somebody else against their will, and that's why I see them as very related. But I forgot. So where I was going actually with the ongoing, I've actually done medical studies, which has a problematic history with consent, to be fair. But that's also why consent is such a big deal in medical studies now. So I've done medical studies where, I mean, first of all, like when I call, I'll go through a screening with them over the phone. Then they will email me a packet that's got all the information about the drugs that were being tested, and the what they treat, what the common side effects are, and the chances that there are side effects that might happen that aren't here, who to contact, who's got your information, how you can withdraw your information from these studies, all of these things. So that gets emailed to me so I can see it ahead of time. Then when I go in for the full screening, they hand it out again, like in paper form, and they make you wait and read over it for, like, I know, like half an hour. Everyone's just sitting there with this packet to go through again of the same thing in the email. Then they pull everyone into a room and they play an audio going over the main points of that, including the risks to you, what the body is, or sorry, what the medicine is, how it's administered, and what the side effects potentially are. And so it's played auditorily, and then you go through all of these screenings, urine tests, blood tests, EKG. Then you will meet with a doctor one-on-one that will give you a kind of a physical, just the typical hands out, or close your eyes, touch your nose kind of a thing. And they will also go through and ask you if you have any questions about it. And so and they always make it clear that you can leave at any time. They make it and there's one study, only once I ever withdrew voluntarily from a study before completing it, and they knew it was a really rough study, and so they were just on board the whole time to say, like, do not stay in this out of like any guilt or fear that you're disappointing us. If you ever don't want to be in this anymore, you can leave. You just tell us and let us know. You're welcome to come back and try for another study. You won't be blacklisted. We won't be mad at you. We won't be upset. Like, they go over and above and beyond. And just to say, oh, with all this paperwork, I sign so many things saying, like, I understand the risks and I'm willing to take them on. And I don't think anyone gets anywhere close to the amount of informed consent that I go through for a medical study for having sex, especially if they're a teenager. But I can, and I know I can, withdraw from the study even after I've had doctors, check me up and down and all over, and make sure that I'm, that I can do it, that I'm fit for it, and also in addition to my consent and my own free will and all of that stuff, like, there's nothing remotely close to that for personal relationships and people having sex, where they go through that amount again with a doctor and with a contract, and everybody's making sure everybody's on board, and you know what I mean. And so the fact that, like, I can do all of that, agree to something with multiple signatures, and still have the freedom to withdraw and say I can't do this anymore, and just immediately, like, they're done. They're like, okay, just everything's coming off, the IVs are coming out, like, um and can we help you? Is there anything else you need? How are you feeling? What can we do for you? All of that. It just goes, that's what consent really is. So that's what it should be, for this as well. So consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy any more than consent to marriage is consent to sex, at the will or whim of your partner if you don't want it. So and you can also take it so much further. Like, hey, you know that you could get in an accident if you drive a car. So consent to driving is consent to potentially dying in an accident. So we can't hold anybody else, accountable for that. Or if not wearing a seatbelt, that's consent to whatever happens to you if another driver's negligent. You can't say like, well, you consented to go through the window if someone hit you because you didn't wear your seatbelt. Just because that can happen, and that doesn't mean that that's consent. So
That's
yeah,
very interesting
where
stuff.
we're at.
I'll definitely, like my analogy said, informed consent needs to be ongoing. At any time that somebody is using my body without my permission, then I don't have to allow that. I have bodily autonomy for myself. And for a woman, that could be a pregnancy. And for me, that would be using my own blood for somebody's kidney dialysis
Mhm.
or bone marrow transplants or anything else for that matter. If I change my mind at any time, I'm perfectly morally justified in doing so. I want to thank you so much, Maven, for coming on. This is a wild show, Real Talk Mormonism Live. We did talk a lot of things Mormonism, and we managed to bring in the church quite a bit. Sometime we'll do a review of the Very Much Alive movie. It is very triggering. It's a very interesting movie. I'll just say one last thing about the movie is it's a film strip, and at the end of the film strip, they have two different versions that it can end on. One is if you're a Latter-day Saint, and one is if you're not a Latter-day Saint. And they're both narrated by President Kimball, and the difference between those two is very interesting. And if you think about the church's position now on abortion, it's actually much more reasonable than what most of the United States policies are on abortion, because it gives women, or at least it advises women on exceptions to prohibitions against abortion, namely the life of the mother, fetal abnormalities, and what's the other one? There's another one in there.
Rape and incest.
Rape and incest. But when this movie was released, President Kimball was super anti-abortion, and the church's position wasn't as codified. He gave no outs whatsoever to abortion at all. So the church has gone from very, very harmful to now just moderately harmful. So it has moderated its position over time. But anyway,
And
go ahead.
I want to say one thing. There's a lot of people who believe in those exceptions and who want to call themselves pro-life, but with that, I just want to say the only way that you can make sure that those exceptions are genuinely available and available quickly and with privacy and without government getting involved is to be pro-choice. Pro-life policies with exclusions overwhelmingly do not work, and it's usually there's so many loopholes to get through to qualify that a lot of times they're past the point where they can get that help, or it involves a significant amount of harm, or just they just don't work. So I just want to say that if people think that's the middle ground, it's not. If you believe in those exceptions, having choice and autonomy, and having that between a person and their doctor, and not have the government involved, that's the only way to do that. So and that's why we're seeing a lot of these places trying to putting in bans and not having exceptions for minors, for rape victims, for incest, and even for life of the mother. Well, no, they do have it for life of the mother, but even then it's still really restrictive. And as I know personally, pregnancy complication can kill a woman in seconds potentially. And so not all women have the time to jump through hoops through the government or hospital administrations to be able to access something that could be life-saving. So anyway, I just wanted to close on that.
We're definitely going to let you go. I want to wrap this up, and I just want to highlight two comments here. One from Latter Daily Digest, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. Congratulations, Steve A's, on beating Bill and RFM to the Mormon live talk show space. I did announce this before they actually announced that they are doing Mormonism After Dark on Saturday. I've been thinking about doing the show for a very long time because, as you can tell, I'm kind of obsessed with all things Mormonism, and quite frankly, I am able to talk about a wide variety of issues, as we've seen from this particular dialogue, that I would like to say that I'm at least pretty well read on a lot of these issues. So I'm really looking forward to when TBMs come into the comments to call me out on things, and really where we can see some fireworks. I'm sure some people are going to hand me my lunch, so I'm very nervous for that. But I feel like I've been preparing for the show my entire life. And I'm really looking forward to it. I want to thank you, Maven, so much for coming on. I wish you the best in your future endeavors away from Mormonism Live. You need to start that YouTube channel for sure. If you need any help on that, I'd be happy to help you out on that, because I do know a thing or two about it. I'm not a guru. You obviously know a lot too, but thanks so much for coming on. Really appreciate you. We will all be tuning into the Latter Daily Digest. Thanks again.